education per day, they taught that the family is not only the school of love, it is also the cornerstone of world peace. Beginning with the establishment of the Collegiate Association for the Research of the Principle in 1966, the many institutions they have founded convey a vision of peace and teach universal principles that strengthen marriage and the family.
When I was young, I took the Pure Love Pledge and it changed my life. From that day onwards, I was able to build my character and moral values. For the happiness and future of my students, I am continuing teaching Pure Love education at my school.
Father and Mother Moon have established more than 50 educational institutions around the world. MOUs have been signed and character education has been taught in thousands of schools on all continents and in all cultural spheres, East and West. After Father Moon passed away, Mother Moon carried out his intentions and established the Wonno Pyongne Scholarship Foundation, which supports the education of youth and students globally. The Sanok Peace Prize honors and supports heroes who are creating a culture of sustainable peace and are role models for future generations to look back on. On February 23, 2017, Mother Moon, the first international chairwoman of the Women's Federation of World Peace, launched Youth and Students for Peace.
위하여 사는 참 사랑을 실천하는 나눠줘도 더 부족함을 느끼고 더 나눠주고 싶고 이런 마음 자세, 이런 환경을 만들어 가야 하는 너희들 앞에 책임이 있다.
With the support of Women's Federation for World Peace and the Universal Peace Federation, YSP is a rapidly growing global network of game changers.
เยาวชนและนักเรียนแห่งสันติภาพคือความหวังและอนาคตของโลกโดยผ่านความรักที่บริสุทธิ์และความกตัญญูจะเป็นจุดเริ่มต้นแห่งความสุขและสันติภาพโลก
एउटा असल परिवार समाज समृद्ध राष्ट्र निर्माणको लागि युवा विद्यार्थी अवस्थाबाट नै सकारात्मक विचार उच्च भलाइ साँचो प्रेमको अभ्यास गर्न आवश्यक छ
À travers la Fédération des jeunes et des étudiants pour la paix, je travaillerai afin d'accomplir de grands rêves.
Youth and Students for Peace, YSP, builds on the past and opens doors of hope for the young generation through academics, service, sports, international exchanges, universal character education, environmental responsibility, among other things. In Asia, Africa, Korea, Japan, the US, Central and South America, Europe and Oceania, YSP is becoming a wave of goodness sweeping the world today. The idea of one family under God is taking root and growing in the hearts of people, young and old alike. Be a part of this global awakening. Let's create a new future working together. We can do it.
UPF had its inaugural assembly on September 12, 2005 at the Lincoln Center in New York City. Reverend Sun Myung Moon delivered the keynote address.
In closing, I ask you to devote your best efforts for the development and the success of the Universal Peace Federation. Thank you. Thank you.
After UPF was founded, there was a series of world tours where the message of UPF was taken literally to every corner of the world.
That it is time for all nations and religions to break down their barriers. Through this, the era of one family under God will arrive and last forever.
UPF is God's cherished hope. The founders spoke repeatedly of an international peace highway connecting the world from Santiago, Chile to London, across the Bering Strait, what has come to be known as the Peace Road, and a vision for a renewed United Nations. UPF emerged on the foundation of decades of programs initiated by its founders and carried out in all parts of the world. Its growth and development over the past 15 years has been dramatic, if not miraculous, owing in large part to the work of tens of thousands of ambassadors for peace, peace activists, and volunteers who draw from all nationalities, religions, ethnicities, cultures, and traditions, bound together by a vision of peace, a vision of humanity as one global family under one God. The range of programs over the years has been both broad and expansive, from character education to strengthening the family, from conflict prevention to conflict resolution, from poverty reduction to environmental stewardship, from interfaith dialogue to youth service initiatives, from support of the United Nations to partnerships with the African Union, and a wide range of international organizations and NGOs. UPF has a global, multinational, multi-faith network of more than 100,000 ambassadors for peace who support and contribute to the mission and works of UPF. UPF's highest award, the Leadership and Good Governance Award, has been given to distinguished leaders the world over. The World Summit Series is UPF's flagship program involving the highest level of leaders from around the globe, including current and former heads of state and government, to address the critical challenges facing humanity.
Very appropriate that we're here on the 100th anniversary of Reverend Moon's birth, because out of the devastation of World War II and the Korean War, he and his bride found the courage to dream that they could achieve something. And it is amazing what they have created together.
Programs have been successfully held in Korea, the USA, Senegal, South Africa, Nepal, Cambodia, and other nations. The most recent structural innovation within UPF has been the creation of a set of associations dedicated to collaboration among leaders from various fields. These pillar associations are: the International Summit Council for Peace was initiated by UPF co-founder Dr.
organized by the National Youth Commission and International Association of Youth and Students for Peace. Let us welcome the moderator for today's event, the Secretary General of IAYSP Pilipinas, Ms. Nikki Jerusalem.
Magandang isang napakagandang hapon sa muli National Capital Region. Nagkita-kita na naman tayo para sa ikalawang araw ng ating Regional Youth Forum. No? So ayun, kumusta ang ating mga kabataang leaders sa National Capital Region? Excited na ba kayo para sa ating pangalawang araw ng RYF? So kung kayo ay excited na, pakitype ng excited dyan sa ating Zoom chat box. And kung kayo naman ay nanonood via Facebook Live and YouTube, you can also comment down excited dyan sa ating comment sections. Titingnan ko nga kung gaano ka-excited. Ayun. Thank you very much sa inyong mga responses. Sa muli, binabati ko ang lahat. Lalong-lalo na po sa ating mga kinauukulan na kasama natin ngayon, mga panauhin, mga tagapagsalita at higit sa lahat sa ating mga leader kabataan na siyang ating pangunahing kalahok sa forum na ito. Welcome to the second day of the Regional Youth Forum, National Capital Region. Isang kagalakan po ulit ang makasama kayo. Salamat sa inyong partisipasyon sa programang ito. Naway ang ating mga pag-uusapan at tatalakayan ngayon ay magbigay kasagutan sa inyong mga katanungan at magbigay buhay sa inyong mga pangarap para sa ating bansa, lalong-lalo na ang pagkamit ng kapayapaan at pagkakaisa. Sa muli, ako po si Nikki R. Jerusalem, ang inyong tagapamagitan sa forum na ito. Welcome and let's get this started. Sa ating pagsisimula, I would like to remind everyone that we sincerely encourage all our young leaders to actively participate and engage in this forum, especially in becoming active to raising questions during every after session. Higit po sa lahat, naway huwag po kayong umalis dito sa ating Zoom room na hindi pa tapos ang ating forum. Aside sa pag-claim ng inyong mga certificates bilang attendance, ang forum na ito ay napaka-importante upang mabigyang linaw ang ating mga kuro-kuro at usaping hinggil sa issue ng communism sa ating bansa. Yesterday's session's topic is the foundation for the following sessions, which we will be discussing today. Kaya sana you've taken down important notes, and if you have clarifications and confusions, please don't hesitate to address it in our Q&A chat box. Or kung kayo ay nasa Facebook Live and YouTube Live, you can also raise the questions sa ating comment sections. Ang ating mga resident speakers ay nakahandang sumagot sa inyong mga tanong at magbigay linaw sa mga bagay na sa tingin ninyo ay hindi masyadong malinaw kahapon. Alright, so much for that. Before we officially start, I would like to briefly recognize the presence of our speakers for the day 2 of this Regional Youth Forum. First, we have with us the International Lecturer of the IAYSP Asia Pacific, Professor Richel Halipa. Hello po, sir. Welcome on board and thank you for being with us this afternoon. Of course, we have with us from the Universal Peace Federation Southeast Asia, Dr. Julius Malekdem. Hello po, sir, and good afternoon po. Welcome on board once again. Of course, we have with us the Regional President of the IAYSP Asia Pacific Region 2, Mr. Ronnie Sudusta. Hello po, sir. Welcome po. And of course, we have with us representing the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict, Ms. Edisel Rose Garcia. And of course, I would like to acknowledge our guests and resident speakers joining with us live via Zoom today. Of course, we have with us our ever supportive, the Universal Peace from the Universal Peace Federation Asia Pacific Region, none other than Dr. Robert S. Kittel. Hello, Dr. Kittel. Welcome. Of course, we have with us from the Hands of Our Children movement, Ms. Luisa Espina. Hello po, ma'am. Thank you po. Welcome on board. And of course, the rest of the team of the Hands of Our Children movement. Of course, we have with us from the Universal Peace Federation, Asia Pacific region, Dr. Edgar Tanate. Hello po, Dr. Edgar, and welcome po. And of course, representing the World Collegiate Association for the Research of Principles Philippines, we have with us Mr. Jude Cedric Montifar. Ayun. And of course, it's nice to welcome back Dr. Cavejo on board, the Assistant Director General of the Strategic Management Staff of the National Security Council. Hello po, sir, and welcome on board. It's nice to see you on the second day. Thank you po for being with us. And of course, we have with us the Chairman of the IAYSP Pilipinas, Dr. Leo Angelo Halog, and the rest of the team of the IAYSP, and of course, the National Youth Commission, who is also behind this program. And of course, the rest of the staffs working behind this, thank you very much for being with us and welcome on board. And of course, sa lahat ng ating mga participants, shout out from the National Capital Region. This is already the last day of the Regional Youth Forum all over the Philippines. So shout out sa lahat. Cheryl Dancel joining with us via Zoom. And of course, we have Josh Robert Obao and Bea May Gamweda. Ayun. Joanne Singson, Cheryl Dancel, John Gregorio, we have Romeo and Joanne De La Paz, Benjamin D. Oliveros Jr. Oh, we have from Puerto Princesa City. Thank you for being with us. And yes, the rest sa mga nanonood din po sa ating Facebook Live, shout out kay Nila Tanchana. Ayun. Thank you very much po. And yes, I think everyone is really excited sa ating second day. Hopefully that we could be able to really have once again meaningful conversations that could truly help our young people, especially in raising awareness against the deceptive recruitment of the CPP, NPA, NDF. And of course, before we go over sa ating mga sessions, I would like to remind everyone to join once again our Best Selfie Award. So sa mga hindi nakapag-selfie kahapon, you can still take your selfie this time and win load prizes through joining the Best Selfie Award. Ayun by posting your best selfie in Facebook using the hashtags RYFNCR and the hashtag Patriotic Youth. And tag us at our FB page at International Association of Youth and Students for Peace Filipinas and at National Youth Commission. So, ayun don't forget to take your selfie and share it via Facebook. Ayun, maraming salamat. And yes, this time, let us move on to grace the second day of this Regional Youth Forum. I would like to invite Commissioner Ronald Giancarlo Cardema, the Commissioner at Large of the National Youth Commission, to deliver his special message. Let us all give him a virtual round of applause.
Good afternoon to everybody. I would like to greet all the participants in the Youth Forum with the theme, The Role of the Patriotic Youth in Nation Building. This is Commissioner Ronald Cardema of the National Youth Commission, and in behalf of the National Youth Commission, and we would like to give our thanks to the International Association of Youth and Students for Peace Filipinas, IAYSP, for organizing this event. I'm very grateful to YSP because I am in the National Youth Commission because they nominated me to President Duterte to be appointed in the National Youth Commission. I strongly believe in the endeavors of the YSP, and today we are partnering with them in the launch of this very patriotic event to help our youth and to guide our youth towards nation building. And our team today, the role of the patriotic youth in nation building, I'd like to reiterate the saying of our national hero 100 years ago, Where are the youth who will consecrate their golden hours, their illusions, and enthusiasm for the betterment of the motherland? Come, for we await you. So there's no wait needed anymore because I can proudly tell my townmate, Dr. Jose Rizal, if he's alive today, that the youth that he was envisioning 100 years ago are all here in this National Youth Forum, bonding together, strategizing together in helping this country, in helping this republic towards becoming strong and in enlightening the youth sector of this country towards nation building. So thank you very much for attending this youth forum. The government, the youth sector is very thankful to all of you participants who are here today. Thank you and mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Ronald Cardema, for that guidance and reminders to our young people. Moving on, allow me to introduce our next guest speaker who will give his special message and guidance, Dr. Thomas Ward. Dr. Ward is the president of the Unification Theological Seminary and professor of Peace and Development Studies. Prior to his current role, he served for 18 years as Dean of the University of Bridgeport's College of Public and International Affairs, where he taught graduate courses in culture and development, peace and conflict studies, and political and economic integration. He served as the founding director of the American Leadership Conference when it was created in 1985 and continued in that role until 1993 when he joined the staff of the University of Bridgeport. He served concurrently with Causa International from 1980 until 1993, where in 1985 he was appointed Executive Vice President. Dr. Ward has lived and worked in the United States, Europe, Latin America, and East Asia. Dr. Ward has authored or edited more than 10 books, including March to Moscow, The Role of the Reverend Sun Myung Moon in the Collapse of Communism in 2005. Everyone, it is indeed a great honor and pleasure to have him with us this afternoon. Let's all welcome with a virtual round of applause, Dr. Thomas Ward.
Distinguished participants in this historical symposium, Pagbati Salahat. I'm so honored to be able to speak and to share with you this morning just a few thoughts. I'd like to begin, however, by just paying tribute to my mentor. I think many of you may know him, Brother Andrew Gonzalez, who served as the president of De La Salle University. And I was privileged between 1986 and 1988 to do my doctoral studies at De La Salle. Brother Andrew was my advisor. I learned so much from him about the Philippines, about Filipino values, and about your great, deep, and profound culture. Jose Rizal, the Philippines independence leader and martyr for the cause, once said, "The glory of saving a country is not for him who has contributed to its ruin." This is a profound observation. So often, those who seek glory at the same time are ignorant to the suffering that is going on beneath them. And I really believe that there's a lesson in these words from Rizal for all of us, wherever we may be in the world. Marxism, which is going to be the topic of your seminar today, was founded ideologically principally by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, with further additives from Vladimir Lenin, Mao Zedong, and Joseph Stalin. However, Friedrich Engels, as a young man, he wrote a book entitled The Condition of the Working Class in England. He was only in his 20s at that time. He noted that The English were very proud of their mining culture. He said the English often enough boast of their strong, bold miners who follow the veins of mineral below the bottom of the very sea. But then he added, the Children's Employment Commission in the United Kingdom reported that these miners had been mistreated and subjected to inhuman conditions that cost many of them their lives. He pointed out that children were working in the mines in the United Kingdom from the age of 11. He pointed out that they worked from 11, 12, even 14 hours underground every single day. They didn't have sufficient oxygen. Many of them suffered acute inflammation of their respiratory organs, and that was often fatal. They were seen as unfit to be able to do labor as early as age 35 because they had been so debilitated by those working conditions. They lived to an average age of only 45 at a time when nearby Sweden people were already living close to 60. And deaths by pulmonary disease occurred due to a lack of oxygen. They were spending all this time underground. Excessive dust, obviously because of the coal, powder smoke, and carbonic acid gas in the mines. These circumstances, these working conditions were not acceptable, and yet they continued. And Engels wanted to point them out. Engels would, 3 years later, draft the Communist Manifesto together with Karl Marx. They pointed to the injustices in society. But what's important for us to keep in mind is that the solution that they offered was a false solution. It did not improve the human condition. In 1999, Stéphane Courtois, in his book, The Black Book of Communism, a book which has been undisputed on the right and the left, resulted in the deaths of 100 million people. 100 million people since 1917 with the Bolshevik Revolution. Dr. Sun Myung Moon spent 3 years living in North Korea in a prison camp. He spent from 1946 until 1950 there. And during that period of time, he discovered the fallacies of communism. I first met Dr. Moon in 1971. And I was amazed by his critique of communism. I quickly understood that it was powerful because it didn't attack personalities. It pointed to the fundamental ideological weaknesses of communism, which because of those weaknesses made it impossible for communism ever to improve the human condition. Jose Rizal once said that no one has a monopoly of the true God. He said that there's neither a nation nor a religion that can claim, or at any rate prove, that it has been given the exclusive right to the Creator or sole knowledge of his being. So truth comes from many different sectors. I was an American. I was sympathetic to Marxism. But when I heard the teaching of this man from Asia, Sun Myung Moon, in terms of Marxism-Leninism, I realized that he was totally on target. And today you're going to have a chance to hear some of these very important analyses which point to the fundamental falsity of the underpinnings of communism. The Philippines has a bright future. Forbes magazine wrote in August of 2019 that India and the Philippines are set to beat China in terms of economic growth over the next decade. And how will the Philippines do that? It won't be by communism. It will not be by a revolution. Instead, you have the fundamental foundations to bring about change in the Philippines just within the very preamble of your constitution. That constitution points out the centrality of an almighty God in building a just and human society. It points towards a government that would embody the ideals and aspirations of a just and humane society. And it shows a vision of people that are thinking not just about themselves in the present, but people who want to secure to themselves and also to posterity the blessings of independence and democracy under the rule of law and the regime of truth, justice, freedom, love, equality, and peace. Can you imagine the Philippine Constitution even cites love. I think there are very few constitutions in the world that cite love as an underpinning of that society. This is a very high standard, and I'm very pleased to know that this seminar and the ideals of the National Youth Commission, the ideals of the YSP, the two of you collaborating together, is fundamentally to bring things to a new level, not just to expose the shortcomings of communism, which are very important, but also to address the problems based around which communism was able to go forward. I really, really applaud you for what you're doing. I have great respect for the Philippines. I know the potential of your country, potential of you as leaders, and your potential to make a difference in the world. So let me close by simply saying, may God bless this seminar. May God bless each of you, and may God forever bless the Republic of the Philippines. Have a great seminar. Thank you all very much. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thomas Ward, for that message and guidance, especially addressed to our young people. Also for especially pointing that out, the preamble of the Philippine Constitution, how we can achieve economic progress and change in our nation. Also, it always hit me, this quote coming from Jose Rizal, which was presented in the presentation of Dr. Ward, when it says, the glory of saving a country is not for him who has contributed to its ruin. So yeah, it really hit me so hard, especially when I questioned things also about the things that I've been doing. And yes, indeed, no. So let's save more young people by educating them about this critique and counter proposal to communism, which we will be continuing to discuss this afternoon. And with that, once again, let's all give our gratitude and also our deep thanks to Dr. Thomas Ward for that presentation. Let's all give him a virtual applause for one. Thank you very much. And yeah, this time we will be moving on to the main session of today's program. So yesterday we have finished until session 3 on critique and counter proposal to communism. And this time we are already on session 4 on critique and counter proposal to communism, the Marxist economic theory. Allow me to introduce our speaker, Professor Richel Halipa. Professor Halipa was born in the year 1981 in the province of Antique. He is a graduate of accountancy at PIP Manila and served as GPIA chapter president, as well as WCARP chapter president in 2002. From 2003 to 2007, he has undertaken a 4-year international leadership internship organized by WCARP USA, where he traveled to 35 states and won the autumn 2003 lecturers competition. From 2007 to 2010, he served as national lecturer at WCARP Philippines. And from 2011 to 2015, he served as lecturer under the mentorship of Dr. Robert Kittel at the Universal Peace Federation in South Asia. In 2016, he served as Youth Education Director of FFWPU Asia Pacific and a regular lecturer at Asian Top Gun workshops in Korea from 2016 to 2018. From 2017 to 2020, he served as Asia Pacific Regional President of IAYSP, as well as Program Head and in-house MC in the following programs: the Asia Pacific Inaugural Conference 2017 in Bangkok, the Asia Pacific Summit 2018 in Nepal, 2019 in Cambodia, 2019 in Palau, the World Summit 2020 in Korea, and the Rally of Hope 2021 in the Philippines. Presently, he serves as international lecturer at IAYSP Asia Pacific. Everyone, it is indeed our great honor and pleasure to have him with us this afternoon. Let's welcome with a virtual round of applause, Professor Richel Halipa.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Nikki, for your very kind introduction. Mabuhay, National Capital Region, Metro Manila. Nandito na po tayo sa pinakahuling yugto ng ating Regional Youth Forum. So my beloved youth and student leaders from NYC, SK, KKJAT, LYDOs, my distinguished fellow speakers, government, academe, and NGO leaders, my warm greetings of peace. Namaste. I truly appreciate your participation today. Though today is the last of this series of forums, rest assured we shall continue to work hard for this cause. Additionally, next month, we are going to publish the Regional Youth Forum Lecture Manual containing the educational contents of these forums. Please grab a copy soon. Let me begin with these questions. Is profit bad? Is capitalism inhumane? Is private property unjust? Is money the root of all evils? Susuriin po natin ang mga maling turo ni Karl Marx ukol sa economics, including his poetic words, quote, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs, unquote. I look forward to answering your questions later. Kindly fasten your seatbelts. Let us begin. Maraming salamat po.
Mabuhay. Pleasant day to all. Assalamualaikum. Greetings of peace. Welcome to the fourth part of the lecture on the critique and counter proposal to communism. In this chapter, we will discuss about the Marxist economic theories, namely the labor theory of value and the theory of surplus value. I am Richel Halipa. It is my pleasure to be your presenter for today. Karl Marx determined early in his life that violent revolutionary destruction of the present state of affairs was the prerequisite of significant human progress. So by 1844, Karl Marx began to advocate the philosophy of communism as the solution to alienation, that is, the positive abolition of private property, and therefore the real appropriation of the human essence by and for man. Das Kapital is a critique of political economy, which was published in 1867, 85, and 94, respectively. It was published as philosophical weapon capable of rousing anger and intensifying resentment to the point of instability. This manuscript contains the labor theory of value and the theory of surplus value. For Karl Marx, capitalism was a stage in the development of history of class struggles. Here, two major classes struggle against one another, the workers and the capitalists. As you can see, according to Karl Marx, the laborers invest labor to produce the product. The capitalists contribute so little through his capital. The lion's share of the profit mostly goes to the capitalist, while the laborers received a tiny portion called wage. According to Karl Marx, private property is the cause of all alienation. Therefore, Marx concluded the following. In this sense, the theory of the communist may be summed up in a single sentence: the abolition of private property. An example is you can't own a farm, a home, or other things. First, let us discuss the labor theory of value. The labor theory of value is a theory of value that argues that the economic value of a goods or service is determined by the total amount of socially necessary labor required to produce it. Here we will discuss the labor theory of value based on the version of Karl Marx. According to Karl Marx, commodity is the basic unit of the capitalist economic structure. Commodity in capitalism is produced for the profit rather than consumption. Marx determined that there are two ways to determine the value of a commodity. First is the use value generated by useful labor, but this, according to Marx, does not embody a social relation. So Marx proposes the exchange value resulting from generic abstract labor, regardless of specifics. For example, for Karl Marx, if the production of a pen requires a cumulative of 1 hour of labor to make, then the value of a pen is 1 labor hour. And if the production of a mug is equal to the value of 2 abstract labor hours, then the value is 2 hours of labor time. So therefore, 2 pens is equal to the value of 1 mug. So therefore, the price or the value can be set according to the amount of labor hours. So here, Karl Marx defined that the value of any commodity is based on labor hours. According to Marx, commodity value is determined in the production process and not in the market. However, setting all the prices or exchange value on the system of labor hours is inconsiderate to the value of skills, expertise, and abilities. So in order to salvage the labor theory of value, Marx introduced the conversion of labor hours. For example, the watch, as we may see, it requires a complex skill to make. However, a gravel requires a simple, unskilled labor hour. Let's say both of them requires 5 hours to make. Karl Marx explained that to solve this problem is 1 useful hour in making a watch is equal to, let's say, 10 abstract hours. If 1 abstract labor hour equals to $1, then we may say that the value of watch can be equal to $50 or 50 abstract labor hours. However, the gravel, since it requires simple and skilled labor hour, 1 useful labor hour is equal to 1 abstract hour. So therefore, it requires 5 abstract labor hours as the value. Therefore, the value of a gravel is 5 abstract labor hours, or we may say $5. So this solves the problem according to Karl Marx. Now, let us begin the critique of the labor theory of value. The truth is, the abstract labor hours cannot be determined prior to exchange. This is the reality. Especially in the Soviet Union, the labor hours are calculated from the prices. And prices are determined in the market. Here, let's say in the market, the producer and the consumer meet. And the center of their relationship is the commodity. So, they are interested in the use value of the commodity. Both parties have different perspective on use value of the commodity. The consumer is interested on the usefulness, while the producer, is interested on the profitability of the commodity. Therefore, the use value is the essence of commodity value. The price setting process does not directly involve a calculation of labor hours. The final price can only be determined in the market and the profit is not automatic. Marx was so ignorant to think that profit is automatic. Hence, to set a fixed price based on labor is plainly foolish. For any product or commodity, the price will depend on the dynamics of supply and demand. Oversupply will result to the decrease in price of a commodity, while shortage will lead to the increase of its price. Additionally, a poor or substandard quality of a commodity will lead to no sale or product recall or disposal at salvage value. So ladies and gentlemen, for example, the Samsung Galaxy Note 7, if you may remember, had a product recall because of the problem in its battery. And so, for example, in Soviet Union, when a Soviet planner was asked how the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, we say CMEA or COMECOM, would decide the prices when, as promised, the whole world becomes communist. And he answered, "We will keep one country capitalist just for this purpose." You see now, my dear fellow young people, ladies and gentlemen, without a market or a capitalist market, it is impossible to determine the price of commodity. So why did Marx burden himself with a theory rejected since the time by almost all economists? The purpose of Marx's economic theories is to win the workers to communism by showing that all value comes from labor in order to incite resentment among laborers to overthrow the system. So, now, let us move on to the second part of Marxist economics. This is entitled The Theory of Surplus Value. Engels, his friend, in his speech at Marx's gravesite, cited the theory of surplus value as Marx's greatest achievement. Vladimir Lenin called it the cornerstone of Marxist economics and based his theory of imperialism on it. According to Karl Marx, these are the three important components in manufacturing process: raw materials, you can see, machinery, and labor power. Let us take the example of shirt-making industry as cited frequently by Marx in Das Kapital. The raw materials would be the cloth, and the machinery would be the sewing machine, and the labor power would be the sewing, as you see in the screen. The product would be the shirt. So the role of Marxist economist is to sum up the values contributed by each of these elements. Let us say we need $1 cloth for each shirt. $1 is assigned for depreciation cost of the machine, and $2 is for the laborers. Finally, the capitalist sells that shirt for $7 in the market. Now, a Marxist would ask, where does the $3 surplus value come from? And a Marxist economist would conclude that the raw materials has a fixed value, is not variable. The machinery is also fixed. Therefore, the only variable value is the labor power. Therefore, the surplus value comes from labor power. Marx explained that the first half of the working day is enough for the laborer's subsistence. while the second half of the working day is called a surplus labor hours. As you can see here, laborers, for example, are paid for only $2 a day, represented as necessary wage, but the $3 surplus wage is taken away by the capitalist. Marx's assumption is that the surplus labor value is stolen by the capitalist. So the total $5 supposed to be received by the laborer. However, only $2 is received by the laborer. Therefore, the $3, we may say, has been stolen by the capitalist from the laborer. Here, Marx would explain that the capitalist would always purchase the labor power at a smaller amount and sell it at a higher amount. According to Marx, the surplus labor value is stolen by the capitalist. The profit never goes to the laborer, but to the capitalist. The hardworking laborer is always exploited, while the capitalist is driven to exploit. Therefore, profit is evil according to Marx, and private property must be abolished. Marx's call to action is for the workers of the world to unite. He calls for a revolution to overthrow the capitalistic system. Marxism was a success as a political propaganda, but resulted to a total failure as an economic system. Now, let us begin our three-point critique of the theory of surplus value. Ladies and gentlemen, number one, Karl Marx's theory of surplus value is oversimplified. Pragmatically speaking, in order to calculate the cost of manufacturing a product, various factors are involved, such as the materials, labor, the overhead, the administrative cost, the operational cost, and other financial cost. Then, a product only can go to the market to be handled by the logistics, and that requires cost. Advertising, that requires cost. Sales and after-sales department require cost. Here, Karl Marx simplified his theory of surplus value. According to Marx, a machine cannot produce a profit, but machine in reality can replace many aspects of human labor. Machine can also produce profit. Why can a machine generate a profit? The machine amplifies the labor power of human beings. In many ways, machines can be more efficient and cost-effective than human labor. We may say the human power can be replaced by machine power. In an example, with advanced machineries, a farm owner can hire much lesser worker or laborer. The same goes with any automated assembly or manufacturing plant. Or supercomputing machines amplify the thinking power of human beings. Computer can store larger amount of data, process faster, and execute with more accuracy and consistency. Number two, Karl Marx's theory of surplus value is unrealistic. Speaking pragmatically, Marxist economics is not feasible anywhere because it goes against the fundamental laws of economics. Marx condemned capitalism. He said that profit is evil and a crime because profit allows capitalists to exploit the laborers. He exalted socialism and predicted the coming of communism. However, for any economic development to appear, capital is fundamentally required. Banning capitalism required the state to provide the necessary capital, and this resulted to crony capitalism. When Marxist economic policies were implemented in the USSR, the result was confusing, slow, inefficient, since the plans for production, distribution, pricing, and consumption were decided by the state. The result was an economic disaster. The reason for this is the inefficiency and failure of the central planners to meet the needs of the consumers. The production process is thus insulated from the desires and needs of the consumers. The result was a total failure as an economic system in the USSR and other communist countries. In China, under Mao Zedong, the Great Leap Forward, a program by the government, resulted in the tens of millions of deaths, with estimates ranging between 55 million deaths, making the Great Chinese Famine the largest in human history. Ladies and gentlemen, the Great Leap Forward became the Great Chinese Famine. After the death of Mao, Deng Xiaoping, known as the architect of modern China, quoted the old proverb, "It doesn't matter whether a cat is black or white. If it catches mice, it is a good cat." The point was that capitalistic methods worked. And because of this, when Deng Xiaoping opened and liberalized the economy, in just a few years, they worked wonders as the world watched in amazement. China developed after embracing capitalism. Marx said that profit is evil. However, profit is a reward for people who increase social wealth by using their creativity. Profit is good, but it must be shared fairly to all who contributed. The crime of the capitalist is the failure to give a fair share of profit to all those who deserve it. This unfair policy often leads to resentment and is a fertile ground for communism. Profit is good if it is shared fairly. Yes, it motivates creativity and hard work. Finally, Karl Marx's theory of surplus value is incomplete. From each according to his ability to each according to his needs. These are the poetic words of Karl Marx. However, these words are incomplete. How can we determine each person's ability and needs? Who can determine everyone's ability or needs? First, the Creator surely knows about this, but this is only known to Him. Therefore, such decisions are safe to be left to each person to decide. However, such decisions are made by the communist state. And in a communist system, the state determines every person's abilities and needs. This goes against human nature. The desire to receive for the purpose of self-improvement and the desire to contribute and achieve through one's creativity. These desires are generally crushed in such a system. Marxist elimination of private property goes against our basic human nature, which is for self-improvement, for creativity, and achievement. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us draw our conclusions. Marxism is workers' utopia in theory. However, once this is implemented, private property is banned and everything is owned by the state. So everything becomes state ownership. And religion is also banned. And the state becomes the supreme decision of ethics and morality and value system. And because of this, we may call it state supremacy, or the government becomes the god of the people. Finally, Marxists promise to liberate people and get rid of alienation. However, the result is greater alienation and the denial of human rights. Marxism, it becomes workers' hell in practice or reality. The free market system offers a great opportunity, but the system has been abused. Yes, let us admit, capitalism has been abused. Here are two examples of such abuses in a capitalistic system. On the left was the infamous global financial crisis of 2008, caused by a massive corruption in the financial market in the USA and around the world. On the right side is capitalist violation of workers' basic rights. We call it the end of contract, or in short, ENDO, which violates employees. Yes, economic problems in both the Marxist and capitalistic countries are rooted in ethical and moral problems. Therefore, what we need is a spiritual solution. The final question is, what do we need to do now? Status quo is never an option. External revolution, which is motivated by victim mentality through blaming other people, will cause more damage than good. Therefore, right here, right now, we need to begin the internal revolution by strengthening our patriotic mentality, by taking responsibility, by becoming a responsible child, a responsible student, a responsible steward or manager, a responsible neighbor, and a responsible citizen. This is called the revolution of character. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have mentioned earlier, the base of societies and nations are the moral values. Where people pursue the desires of the body more than the mind, the result is selfishness, leading to personal confusion and decline. Next, selfish individualism leads to conflicts and disorder in the family, resulting from the free sex culture where personal satisfaction goes above the order in the family. Eventually, this selfish and materialistic culture will breed rampant crimes and corruption, leading to the decline of the nation, the decline of the societies. However, whenever the people pursue the desires of the mind above the desires of the body, good character is built. This is the foundation for self-discipline and personal development. Such individuals will establish the model of an ideal family centered on the culture of love and harmony, peace and order. Such individuals and families are the true patriots of the nation and the foundation for sustainable justice and development. And now, let us conclude based on the presentation of the past 3 lecturers and today. We can therefore surmise that Karl Marx misidentified the problem. Second, he exploited the suffering of the people. And number 3, Karl Marx incited resentment. Number 4, he justified armed violence. And finally, he violated the universal principles. Thank you very much for your kind listening for today. I hope you have learned a lot and had a wonderful time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Richel Halipa, for that very enlightening presentation and for shedding light to everyone here the fallacious theory of Marxist economics. I guess this type of trick by the communist groups is often used, no? Especially in bringing youth and students to rally against the capitalist groups and also the status of our economic governance. And lalong-lalo na po yung mga nabibilang sa mga vulnerable groups, sa mga far-flung areas, they often use their economic status as a weapon to deceptively recruit them and join basically the group. So, and for those idealist groups also, when they hear it, because of its ideals and very promising cause, naggagamit ito para sumali sila sa kilusan. So I hope that everyone who listens here could recognize the flaws of this theory and basically become the forerunner in achieving economic equilibrium in our country, instead of going against it. And yeah, for all the youth na nakikinig, let us become a living example through practicing good character based nga sa lecture presentation na napapakinggan natin kanina. And also, yeah, by having good character, we can become ideal individuals, which is the foundation of building ideal families, ideal society, and basically an ideal nation. So with this, peace is indeed possible. Kaya sa muli, palakpakan po natin si Professor Halipa for that very enlightening and very empowering presentation. Maraming salamat po. And yes, ayun, no? So it's also, I think it's also very good to hear, no, from our young people na andito, no, yung main participants natin sa Regional Youth Forum na ito. So I think it's very good to also write your comments, no? Dyan sa ating Zoom chat box or anything that you've learned from the presentation. And kung kayo man ay nag-join via live sa ating Facebook or YouTube, so you can also give, no, your comments dyan po sa ating comment section so that we could be able to engage, no, sa ating kapwa kabataan na which is yung main kalahok po natin sa ngayon. So yeah, so this time we will be moving on to our question and answer part for this session. So sa muli, I would like to encourage, no, lahat ng ating mga leader kabataan from the National Capital Region na huwag po kayong mahiyang magtanong. So this is the very moment na lahat ng mga confusions ninyo or may mga bagay kayo na hindi pa masyadong naklaro sa inyo. So this is your chance to clarify, confirm, and also find, no, the right answer together with our mga speakers na andito ngayon. So I hope that, yeah, you can feel free to drop down your questions dyan po sa ating question Q&A chat box, no, sa ating Zoom. And sa muli, kung kayo ay nag-join via YouTube and Facebook Live, so don't hesitate to raise your questions dyan po sa ating comment sections. Our secretariat team is very active in collating all of those. So this moment, let's move on sa ating question and answer part. All right, so I would like once again to invite, of course, our main speaker and also our resident speakers to join as one of the panelists. And of course, representing the government, we have Assistant Director General, Dr. Clavejo, from the National Security Council, and also from the Hands Over Children movement, we have Ms. Luisa Espina. Yun. So thank you very much. So I think there are already questions raised dito sa ating Q&A chat box. Okay, so this question is coming from Mr. Josh Robert Obaog. Ayun. So, I would like to, and also we have from the DILG, of course, we have Sir Mon De Assis from the National Capital Region. Thank you po, sir, for joining with us. And yes, this is the question, and I would like to raise this once again, of course, to our main speaker, Professor Richel Halipa. And this is once again from Mr. Josh Robert Obaog, and this is his question. Just to clarify, what is the simplest difference of a capitalist economy and a communist one? Why the communist economies often fail? Ayun po, sir, no? So, yun po yung tanong. Yes, Professor Halipa.
Thank you, Ma'am Nikki. Thank you, Josh Robert, for your very relevant question. No? So, anong pinagkaiba sa Tagalog? Anong pinagkaiba ng capitalist economy sa communist economy? The main difference po is what we call free market. Talking about economic perspective, no? Free market system. Wala pong free market system sa communist, pure communist, Kasi maybe you will question me, paano naman yung China? Na-discuss na po natin yan, pero just to remind you, yung China po, dati, they applied pure communist economic system nung panahon ni Mao Zedong. After nung namatay si Mao Zedong, dumating si Deng Xiaoping, binago niya yung sistema ng China and they adopted to free market system. Kaya po ang China ngayon, kapitalista na po sila. Just to clarify it. Okay? So, same with Russia, USSR. Yung USSR po dati, wala po silang free market system. The price has been the price is set. It was set by the government. Price setting, magkano yung ganito, magkano yung ganyan, and private property is banned, ganon. So, wala pong free market. Even a simple farm you don't own, it's owned by the government. So, may mga quota po yan sila. They work for the government, may quota silang binibigay, and then they also receive everything from the government. So, ang tawag po dyan, ration. Parang ration po. So, for your breakfast, kailangan mong pumila. For your lunch, kailangan mong pumila. So, they have to line up just to get a bread. Ganun po yan. So, walang barter. Bawal po yung barter. Bawal din pong palitan yung ganon. Wala talagang free market. And then, because of this, nag-slow down yung talagang disaster yung sistema ng USSR. At yan po rason bakit naghirap talaga sa USSR, and that's the main reason also why USSR was kind of dismantled and yung Russia naging sarili na nila, yung former Soviet bloc, yung mga nations like Yugoslavia, Ukraine, and any other countries belonging to the Soviet bloc, they become independent, or we call it CIS, Commonwealth of Independent States. Naghiwa-hiwalay na po yan sila kasi it never work. It will never work. Yung talagang nagpa-practice na lang po ng pure communist or Marxist economics ngayon, ang pinaka-latest niyan is na nag-bankrupt Venezuela. Yung Venezuela was very prosperous before because of their oil. Pero nung itong sila Maduro, when Maduro led the country, sila Chavez, Hugo Chavez, then Hugo Chavez shifted to communism, minana ni Maduro ito, ganun pa rin, bankrupt ngayon yung bansang Venezuela. I hope na, kaya nga nagrarally sa Venezuela ngayon, they want to change the country. Wala they're under dictatorship, under Maduro So, ganun po talaga. Same with Kim Il-sung in North Korea. So, Kim Il-sung imposed communist system, wala, naghirap talaga North Korea. If you compare with South Korea is very prosperous because of free market system. Kaya bawal talaga yung bentahan, yung even exchange, yung barter, bawal po yan sa communist system kasi nga everything is owned by the state. So, until now, North Korea is practicing strict communism. Kaya ayan, naghirap talaga kasi nga bawal talagang, you cannot produce your own goods and just sell it to the market Hindi nga, bawal nga yan, pinagbabawal You will be killed by firing squad pag ginawa mo yun, nasa labor camp ka. Kasi bawal yung benta, it's not allowed. So that's the problem. Kaya nga, disaster. Kasi nga, for the economy to run, just for you, basic economics po muna tayo. You need production distribution, exchange, and consumption. Paano mo idugtong yung production sa consumption? There must be an indication na overproduced or underproduced yung supply. Ang indication po niya nandun sa pricing. Pag tumaas yung presyo, ibig sabihin shortage. Yan po yung indication na shortage. Ibig sabihin yung mga kapitalista magpo-produce din kasi mataas ang presyo. Maganda yung bentahan. And in return, mag-stabilize po yung presyo kasi bababa yung presyo dahil magkakaroon na ng enough supply. Bababa yung presyo naturally. Pag nagkaroon naman ng oversupply, bababa masyado yung presyo, wala nang kikitain yung kapitalista, they will stop producing it. So it will avoid also overproduction. So ganun po yan. So nagdudugtong po yung production at saka yung consumption nandun sa may exchange, dun sa price setting, centering on the market. Tinanggal nga, wala nga market yung communism. Kaya disaster talaga yung production at saka consumption. Imagine mo lahat didiktahan ng gobyerno kung anong ipoproduce. Wala talagang fashion. That's why there's no such thing as fashion. Kasi nga, you will never know what the people likes, what the people needs. Paano sige nga, ikaw presidente, can you determine everybody's style? Sa damit na lang lahat anong klaseng kulay lang ng damit. Let's say lahat na lang t-shirt, wala nang fashion, lahat t-shirt. Alam mo ba, sizes niyan, pati yung kulay ng damit nila, who likes this pure color or stripe or we may see checkered, who likes batik-batik or polka dots? Paano mo ma-determine kung anong type ng fashion ang gusto ng tao? That's why communism is a disaster because it cannot match or connect production and consumption. That's why I explained to you that God knows everybody's needs and wants, yes, but not the government. That's why it's a disaster. Yung quotation ni Karl Marx na from each according to his needs and abilities, that is a disaster. So it's incomplete. So anyway, yun lang po yung pinagkaiba ng communism sa we may say capitalist. Capitalist is a capitalist system is part of the system of democratic or we say free market system. So it's part of the freedom or free market system po. So everybody is free. That's yung opportunities for everyone to prosper nandun po. Unlike in communism, you don't have that opportunity. Yun ang wala doon. No? Hopefully, I have answered your question. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Halipa. Let us also hear from the government side, from the DILG, National Capital Region. Let's hear from Sir Mon. Sir Mon?
Yes, thank you, Nikki. So again, a very comprehensive and already very enlightening answer from Professor Halipa. But I'd like to add a few more points, particularly on the points related to human agency in reaching their own potentials. So in a communist state, the individual fades into the background in favor of the state. So you don't have agency. No, you have to abide by what the party says. You have to obey what the supreme leader says. And that takes away your very basic human agency, your free will, your dignity. No, you have to rely on the state, and the state will provide whatever you need. And sadly, this never happens. In countries, as Professor Halipa mentioned earlier, in countries where communism is the prevailing market system, the government the state has utterly failed to deliver on its promises of equality for everyone. But as the late, great Milton Friedman said, there is equality for some in these communist countries. Because if you look at the Politburo, the top leaders of the communist parties around the world in communist countries, they're the richest, the most powerful. They enjoy all the luxuries that people in the free market economies enjoy. But the large, significant majority of their population, they don't enjoy these basic necessities. They die in winter, for example, when the food production is low. In North Korea, in Russia, you see Russia is one of the most powerful countries in the world, but even they decided that communism, pure communism, is not the way to go if they want to be relevant, if they want to remain relevant. So communism, it's a failed ideology, it's a failed experiment in economics. So I'd suggest you read Dr. Milton Friedman's great book called Free to Choose. No, or if you don't like reading, you can watch the YouTube lecture series. Dr. Friedman explains how communism destroys our not just our economic system, not just the viability of our country's economy, but it also destroys our moral and political fabric. So those are some things that you can look at in your free time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Mon, and also Professor Helipa. I think the one who asked this were very much enlightened, and even to those students and youth who were here, I think they really been enlightened by the answers. And yes, moving on to the second question. This is coming from an anonymous attendee. How is the view of the communists on the salary and wages different to the policies in our country, especially when we have the Pacquiaoan and commission-based salaries? You know, and maybe let's also ask from the government side, from the National Security Council, Dr. Clavejo. Sir, would you like to respond from this question?
Thank you, Nikki, for the question. I'll draw it from the first question because Pacquiaoan salary system has something to do with the foundation of the economic theory of communism. When Professor Ritschl elaborated and amplified the value system of Marx, it was in the context of how he misunderstood the economic procedures, processes, and entrepreneurial spirit in the whole system, from production to consumption. And this is why the value system that the communist framework talks about is equated with everything has to be in the context of the ownership of production. The ownership of factors of production is the state. There is no such thing as the entrepreneurial spirit and ingenuity of individuals. And that's why when Professor Ritschl mentioned about what has happened to the communist regime right now, is because they thought the government owns everything, including the creativity of the entrepreneurial spirit in individual. And so talk about how this initiative of the individuals vis-a-vis the government looking into where it can climb up its own ownership and possession to the factors of production. That's why, like what Professor Ritschl mentioned about, in China, for instance, when they went into Deng Xiaoping's ability and framework in saying to be rich is glorious. To be rich is glorious is good for as long as you share it. You recognize individual initiative. But what happened is it in fact curtailed. The same is true with Russia, as pointed out. Why in Russia, the sheer weight of corruption and the privileges of the Politburo made it happen. So when we talk of glasnost and perestroika, it enabled this system to collapse and they have to change. The same is true with China when we talk of the cultural liberation to the time Deng Xiaoping changed it. That's why there is the difference between capitalism and communism. It's about political system. But we now talk of the economic condition. When we talk about markets and systems and procedures and prices, this is already the economic framework. And in the economic framework, even communists, the communist rule are now applying communist, a capitalist way. Talk about China, you go to China, many of them are entrepreneurial, but the capital system works in the individual. But the government is looking at it, kami may-ari niyan, kami may-ari nito. And that's why some of them ended up being, they disappeared. This is the point. The geopolitics of communism is they still go into deception. That's why Professor Rachel mentioned about they experimented, some countries experimented the communist way of looking at economic system and they failed. And we are only talking about a handful of communist countries now. Vis-a-vis capitalist. We are not saying capitalist system is perfect. It has its own problem. That's why it works with many other instruments. I hope this is where we talk about communism and capitalism. Capitalism is definitely curtailing the initiative, the creativity of people. But no, communism curtails the ingenuity of people. Capitalism nips the bud of those who are now making good and telling them, kami may-ari niyan, kami may-ari nito. That's why democracy works, because as pointed out yesterday and today, it talks about the value of the individual. Communism is godless. Capitalism looks into ways by which justice system works. I hope that complements Professor Ritzel's way of looking into the political system and the economic system. Thank you, Nikki, for giving me that particular question.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Cavejo. Any last words, Professor Halipa, before we end the Q&A part?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Yasis, for your answer, and also Dr. Clavejo, thank you so much. Just to add to it, we have two questions. Salaries and wages, actually, walang sweldo sa communism, merong ration. There's no salary and there's no wage in communism. You have ration. Budget mo ba? Allowance mo. That is your allowance coming from the government, and it depends to your position in the government, something like that. So the more loyal you are to the government, the more probably. That's why when you are in the top, it's like we may say you're enjoying heaven, but if you are at the bottom, kawawa ka, you know. So this kind of system is a dictator. Politically speaking, communism is a dictatorship, authoritarian. It's a fascist system. That's why I may say, let me clarify, communism by political system is a dictatorial, it's a fascist, wala pong election yan. Magkalinawan po tayo, no? Wala pong election sa communism. Ang merong election lang doon sa taas, sila nag-election, no? Sinong kasunod? Ikaw kasunod, ikaw kasunod. At sila yan sila. It's a one-party policy. Sila lang, membro ng partido, yung central committee, sila lang papalitan ng posisyon yan. Walang election yan sa baba. So just to let you know, politically speaking, it's an evil system. And economically system, it's a disaster. Okay, yung third question natin dito, wala talaga, hopeless talaga. Imagine a global system, global political economy using communism. Wala na nga, hindi na gumana yung SSR using their Comecon, the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance of USSR. Disaster nga kasi nga pricing ang problema. How do you set the price for distribution? Kasi importante kasi yung prices eh. Bakit? How do you distribute the goods? Kung walang market, saan bibili? So all in all kasi mahaba ito. We have to talk about a full economics, 4-year course. We're talking about the basics of economics from production, distribution, exchange, and consumption. Wala nga eh. That's why what I may say with Karl Marx, diagnosis to the problem is a mistake. He diagnosed the problem wrong. Mali yung pag-diagnose na. Anong root cause ng problema? Kapitalista? That is wrong. Hindi kapitalista ang problema. Tao ang problema. Either mayaman o mahirap, tao ang problema. Tanggalan mo ng tao sa lupa, wala nang problema. Tao nga yung problema. So where is the root cause? Within the person, each one of us is the problem. Because we are selfish in one way, we are good in another way. We are split personality. We have good and evil, split nga eh. We are in a path to self-destruction because we have that conflicting nature between good and evil. Sometimes we are good, may konsensya tayo. Sometimes walang hiya tayo. That's why to solve this problem, we need to diagnose it properly. And the next lecture of Dr. Malik Dem will clarify these issues. Kasi nga mali yung diagnose ni Karl Marx eh. He was barking at the wrong tree. Sabi niya, kapitalista ang problema. No, hindi kapitalista ang problema. Ang problema, tao. Tao ang problema. Pag walang tao, walang pollution, walang problema. Isn't it? That's why we have to diagnose it properly and implement the right remedy. Para tama yung prognosis natin, tama yung solusyon natin. That's why, paikot-ikot tayo, mga komunista, paikot-ikot yan sila, it will have nowhere to go, dead end na sila. There's no way to go. Same with capitalism. It's a dead-end street. Kasi nga, you don't identify the problem. You think the problem is money? No, money is not the problem. You think poverty is the problem? No, it's not the problem. Mayaman ang tao may problema. Mahirap ang tao may problema. Saan ka pupunta may problema? Because tao may yung problema. That's why the next lecture of Dr. Malik Dem will clarify all these issues. I hope I have answered all your questions. If you have more questions, please send us a message via Facebook, email, we'll give it to you. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time. Thank you, po. Please pay attention to Dr. Malik Dem's next presentation. Thank you, po.
Thank you very much, Professor Helipa and the rest of our panelists who have answered all the questions of our dear participants. And yes, to all the participants who have actively raised questions sa ating Q&A chat box, thank you very much for your active participation. And yes, hopefully that you have really learned something from this presentation. So now let us move on to the next session, which is the 5th session on critique and counter-proposal to communism, the universal principles of peace. Allow me to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Julius B. Malekdem. Dr. Malekdem is presently the director of the Universal Peace Federation in Southeast Asia. He is also the current chairman of the UPF in the Philippines, a position which he holds from July in 2011. In addition, he is also the chairman of the Board of Trustees of the International Peace Leadership College, or the IPLC, and the Sunwa International Academy in the Philippines, and the immediate past chairman of the Professors World Peace Academy Philippines and Youth and Students for Peace Filipinas. Everyone, it is indeed our great honor and pleasure to have him with us this afternoon. Let's welcome with a virtual round of applause, Dr. Julius B. Malekdem.
Thank you very much to our moderator, Ms. Nikki. Binabati ko po ang ating mga partners from the National Youth Commission. Thank you also, Dr. Clavejo from the National Security Council, Dr. Sir Mondi Ases from the ILG for joining us in this day 2 of our last leg of the Regional Youth Forum in NCR. So greetings to all our participants, sa lahat po ng mga kabataang leader dito sa National Capital Region. And according to the US President John F. Kennedy, leadership and learning are indispensable to each other. So that is why in your participation in this Regional Youth Forum, this is a very good way of learning and at the same time equipping yourselves to become more capable leaders. So this last lecture on the critique and counter proposal to communism will actually cook, all the presentations, all the lectures that were presented from yesterday, and then also offer you a summary and a much needed principles for you to stand as principled leaders. This is the goal of this forum, how we can really bring about a much better and much stronger Philippines. So please, I would advise everyone to please listen very well. And I hope that through this presentation, this can really empower you to become better leaders in your community, in your organization. So let us begin this lecture. Thank you. Thank you for joining us in this Regional Youth Forum. First, let me ask you this question. Have you ever thought why, even though everyone desires to live in a world of peace, we are still living in a world of conflict? In this 40-minute presentation, we will study the universal principles of peace. Through this, we can attain the confidence that indeed sustainable peace is attainable. And as youth leaders, you can do your part to realize this dream of peace. Handa na ba kayo? I would like to start by sharing to you an interesting story. It is a story about a father and his 5-year-old son. It was a typical Saturday morning, and this young boy wanted to play with his father. He said, "Daddy, can we play?" So his dad, who was busy preparing for a report that he needs to submit by Monday morning, answered, "Sorry, my son, not now. I am busy." The boy insisted, "Dad, please let us play." At that point, the father noticed a world map and a scissor on top of his table. "Okay, I have a great idea." So he cut the map into several pieces and gave it to his son. "Hey son, this is the game." "What is the game, Dad?" his son said excitedly. "Oh, this game is called Jigsaw Puzzle. Just put the pieces back together correctly, bond them with a tape, and when you're done, show it to me, and we will play another game." His son was so happy, and he said, "Okay," and went to one corner of the room. His dad was murmuring, "Finally, my son will not disturb me anymore." However, after 5 minutes, the boy went back to his daddy. "Look, Dad, I did it." His father cannot believe what he saw. Still shocked, he asked his son, "Since when did you learn about geography?" "What? Geography, Dad?" So his dad asked his son, "How did you do it?" His son answered, "I just put together the picture of the karate master at the back of the map. When the man became whole again, the world got together as well. Nang mabuo ang tao, naayos din ang mundo." So if we are to solve the problems of our nation and solve the problems of the world, let us first solve the problem in ourselves, in us, human beings. So most of you, our young participants, probably belong to the Generation Z. Z as in Zoom. Before the age of Bluetooth, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, and robotics was the age of many scientific breakthroughs in the 20th century. The 20th century was an important century in the history of sciences and technology. From space exploration, microwave satellites, automobiles, airplanes, submarines, from television to personal computers, X-rays. We have seen the best of men in the 20th century. However, we also have seen the worst in man, from massive poverty and hunger to drug addiction, moral degradation, and destruction of the families, religious and ethnic wars to wars among nations, pollution, climate change, racial discrimination, terrorism. The question is, what went wrong? Anyari. But despite all these critical challenges of our times, we all long for true and lasting peace, right? So we long to live in a peaceful place, not the peace in cemeteries where everyone there is lying peacefully, but the peace that ends all conflicts. So how are we going to realize our dream of peace? Before 1903, we could not fly. Why? Without the principles, we could not fly. Only until the Wright brothers, Orville and Wilbur, known as the fathers of modern aviation, after applying successfully the principles of aerodynamics, they could build and fly the world's first successful motor-operated airplane. So we dream of flying. Yes, we see birds fly in the sky, but that's not enough. In order to fly, we needed to understand and apply the principles of what? Aerodynamics. So also we all dream of peace. Yes, we could feel peace when we are with nature. But are this enough? No. That is why, in order to realize our dream of peace, what do we need? We need to understand and apply the principles of peace. As Lao Tzu said, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. But even though we make the first step, but we are going towards the opposite or wrong direction, we can never reach our desired destination. That is why making the right first step in the right direction is of paramount importance. I am sure that when we think about wars, we often think about soldiers, weapons, and firepower. However, as UNESCO pointed out, there is another war that we are experiencing. This is the war in our mind. In the preamble of UNESCO's constitution, we can read, "Since wars begins in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men that defenses of peace must be constructed." That is why we are here to learn these fundamental principles of peace building and nation building. In this presentation, you will understand why these 5 universal principles of peace are so fundamental, yet oftentimes neglected. The universal principles are applicable everywhere, in whatever field of life, and to all people of all different ages, culture, and nationality. These principles are applicable in the past, in the present, and in the future. So the fundamental goal of Universal Peace Federation and YSP, and the lifelong mission of our founders, Dr. Sun Myung Moon and Dr. Hak Ja Han Moon, is to realize true and sustainable peace in the society. And they have laid out these 5 basic principles for realizing a peaceful world. So let us talk peace. P stands for parent. So the first universal principle of peace is that God is the parent of humankind, and we are one human family. So the first principle relates to our proper understanding of God, our Creator, and our relationship to Him as human beings. So let us understand more about this principle with this illustration. So this is me. Yes, you can call me Dr. Julius or Sir Julius. My siblings call me Joy, and others call me Jules, Kuya Jules. My daughter calls me Daddy, and my wife calls me Honey. Or other people call me Pre or Hoy. I have many names, but I am the same person. My character is more important than my name. So when we look at God, the Creator, well, it's basically the same. Because of, various languages and traditions and perceptions, we can call the Creator in many names, like God, Jehovah, or Allah, Tao, Yahweh, El Shaddai, divine law, ultimate reality, or Dios, Bathala, Apo, Ginoo. Yes, we can call God with many names, but there is only one Creator. Again, we have to understand that the character or the nature of God is more important than the names. So, and this is actually very important to understand because God is the parent of all mankind. That means that we are what? Brothers and sisters. We may worship God or the Supreme Being in unique ways, having different traditions and practices, but at the essence is that we are one family under one common parent. So what is important about this principle is that it brings humanity closer to each other. So we can relate to each other as a family, regardless of the color of our skin, or our language, or our nationality, or our religion, right? So this is the very reason that there are many values in the world that are applicable everywhere. As people with common origin, a common parent, we have inherent values that make us relate to each other in a common way. And these are what we call universal principles. That is why wherever you are in the world, there are certain values that are equally important to all people, like the values of compassion or kindness, peace, justice, righteousness, honesty, friendship, responsibility, truth, and true love. So the question is, there are people who deny the existence of God. There are people whose mantra is to see is to believe. Are you one of these people? There are many things in life that we cannot see, yet you believe that they exist. Just like air. You don't see air, but you can feel and sense it. So how can we perceive God who is invisible? Easy. You can perceive God's nature in the creation. And we can read this in the Bible. Ever since the creation of the world, His invisible nature, namely His eternal power and deity, has been clearly perceived in the things that have been made. So, let us understand further in this context. Okay, so I have a body which is visible, and I have also mind that is invisible, right? So how about you? Okay, you touch yourself to check if you have body. Okay, I presume that everyone has a body, no problem. Because you can see it, you can touch it, and even you can smell it. But the next question is, do you have mind? Yes? Are you sure? So, the mind is invisible and body is visible. And this is interesting. You can actually perceive your mind or the minds of other people through their actuations. Something that you can observe, like, the facial expression or the language or behavior. It is the same with perceiving, the nature of an artist by just looking at the style of his painting. In the same manner, we can also observe the nature of the created world. When you observe the created world, you can perceive the nature of God. So when we observe the created world, we can understand that there is a principle that applies to all. That all created beings have what we call dual characteristics. So first of all created beings have what we call internal nature and external form. When you look at man, we have mind and body, right? So how about animals? They have instinct and body. Plants have response system or mechanism and body. Have you heard about sunflowers? They always follow where the sun is. Some kind of an affinity to the sun. How about molecules? Well, they also follow the natural law, and they have atoms. Atoms and particles are also the same. They have internal nature and external form. So another dual characteristics is what we call having masculine and feminine aspect, like man and woman. Animals are either male or female. How about plants? Plants have male and female parts, like, stamen and pistil. Molecules also have cation, which is positively charged, and anion, which is negatively charged. Atoms have protons and electrons. Particles have positive and negative. So what is our conclusion? Our conclusion is that, yes, we can perceive God's nature in all the things that were created, which all exist based on the dual characteristics. Everything has an internal nature and external form, and that everything has both masculine and feminine aspects. Based on this first universal principle, we can surmise about the fallacy of Marxism that negates the existence of an eternal and changing principle or God. And we affirm the very existence of an eternal, unchanging, and universal principle or God. So let us continue our talk on peace. Next letter is E, which stands for existence. So the second universal principle states that we humans are what? Essentially spiritual in nature. So maybe some of you do not believe in spirits or the spirit world. You know, there are many books and movies that talks about spiritual reality, like this ones, no? Life After Life, or Light Beyond, or interesting movies like The Sixth Sense and What Dreams May Come. So now let us examine, how do we pursue and attain happiness? Everybody wants to become happy, right? Meron ba sa inyo na pagkagising sa umaga at mag-wish ng, sana maging malungkot ako ngayong araw na to? Hello? Okay ka lang? So, in order for us, to accomplish happiness, we have to understand the needs of our mind and body. So, okay, so this is you. You have mind and body. So to satisfy your physical needs, you long for what? Food, shelter, wealth, and comfort. Ang tawag dito ay material values. And these are needed for physical well-being. Then how about our mind? So our mind seeks something else. We call this spiritual needs. Like what? Truth that stimulates our intellectual desires. Beauty, goodness, love that stimulates our moral desires. So, when you have this, then you gain what? Inner satisfaction. So both of this, physical well-being and inner satisfaction, are needed in order to experience true and lasting happiness. But what is the problem? Most of the time, we just focus on the desires of the body and neglect what? The desires of our mind. We neglect inner satisfaction and only concentrate on gaining physical satisfaction. So if we do this, we prioritize the desires of our body above the desires of our mind. Actually, we can still attain happiness, but only temporary happiness. So when you ignore your spirit, then you become like an animal. I'll give you an example. So may isang pusa, pumasok sa isang bahay, tapos may nakita siyang ulam doon sa ibabaw ng mesa. Anong gagawin ng pusa? Magpapaalam ba siya? Hindi. Sigurado kakainin kaagad yung ulam. Now, mayroong isang tao pumasok sa bahay na hindi niya bahay. At may nakita rin siyang ulam sa ibabaw ng mesa. So kung yung tao na yon hindi nagpaalam at kinain yung ulam sa ibabaw ng mesa, anong tawag natin doon? So, that person also becomes like an animal. So, it is actually what? An issue of our priority. So, when you prioritize the desires of your mind above your body, then this is what? This is public-minded, and this is good. However, when you sacrifice your mind and prioritize your bodily desires, then you become what? Self-centered, and we become selfish. This is our responsibility. So that is why, the growth of human character is not automatic. Yes, our physical body can grow automatically according to biological law. But our character, the internal aspect of the human being, do not grow automatically. So when you were born, you were like this, cute, right? So you were born with the potential for love. So, but that love is like a plant. That means we need to nurture and cultivate. That means we need to make what we call efforts. And then you become what? You become mature, and then you realize your potential for love. So you are responsible for your own moral development. To achieve our full potential, we must actively take responsibility for the growth and development of our character and heart. So our conclusion, foremost, humans are what? Spirit beings before we are physical beings. We are a spiritual being with a body, not a body with a spirit. So this brings us to another fallacy of Marxism that negates the existence of the human spirit. You know, our existence is essentially spiritual in nature and way more than just mere material existence. We are a spirit with a body. So next letter is letter A, which stands for altruism. So the third universal principle of peace is that God's ideal is what? Living for the sake of others. So this is the fundamental principle of relationship, that all created beings are governed by this principle of living for the sake of others or for the sake of the whole. So from, the smallest creation, like the atom, to the largest creation, like the solar system, there is one principle that governs them. And we can observe the principle of living for the sake of others in all creation. And this principle, of living for the sake of others, or for the sake of a higher purpose, is universal for all created beings, especially for us, human beings. So we were created based on these principles of being, related to each other and not existing alone or independently. So we can say that the basis of our existence is through what we call reciprocal relationship, or the principle of coexistence and interdependence. So I want to invite you to look closely at this photo. What do you see? Looks like this bird is in a life and death situation, right? Like anytime now, the crocodile will snap close its mouth and bye-bye, birdie. But no, this is actually a plover bird that recognizes the invitation of this crocodile when it opens its mouth. The bird is actually eating the food that were stuck on the crocodile's teeth. The plover bird gets a meal and the crocodile gets a free dental cleaning. They are both benefited. Amazing, right? So this is the principle of creation, that nothing exists for itself, rather all for the mutual benefit of the created beings. We call this symbiosis, or living together. So this is another example. This is the fish. What do you call this fish? Nemo. This is actually called a clownfish. They like to stay with sea anemones. They have symbiotic and mutualistic relationship. The sea anemone protects the anemone fish from predators, as well as providing food through the scraps left from the anemone's meals. And in return, the clownfish defends the anemone from its predators and parasites. And also, the anemone also picks up from the nutrients that comes from, the poo-poo of the clownfish. Amazing, right? Another example here is the hummingbirds. They have mutualistic relationship with the flowers. Both benefit. The flowers produce food or the nectar, and in return, the hummingbirds help to move pollens for the plant to reproduce. So we have to understand that we are governed by the principle of give and receive action. This is the principle of relationship. So look at this diagram. There is always what we call a higher purpose of greater value that we connect with. Then there is always a subject and object relating together in a give and receive action, like a reciprocal action. When there is good give and receive action, then there is growth and there is development. There is internal character and external form. And there is also what? Mind. Mind is the subject and the body is the object. There is also husband and wife, parents and children, government and people, nation and citizens, in a dynamic relationship of what? Give and receive action. So we cannot deny this universal principle of give and receive action. Look at this. Plants and animals, they support each other to survive. Plants give off oxygen, which the animals need in order to live, right? While, the animals give off carbon dioxide, which is also needed by the plants in order to survive. So the law of nature is based on the law of cooperation. So if you deny this principle, you cannot survive. That is why selfish people are destined to perish. I'll give you an example. So when you inhale, naturally you have to exhale, right? Okay, pangatawanan ng pagiging selfish. You inhale. You don't want to give. So you inhale again. Inhale. Will you survive? No. You will die if you defy the law of nature. So the law of progress in human society is based on the law of cooperation. When there is cooperation, then society can progress. So we need cooperation in all levels of relationship. Look at this. Parents and children. Parents cannot become parents without children, right? And similarly, children cannot become children without parents. Teachers need students as students need teachers. Same with employers and employees. Same with businesses and consumers. So the path of peace begins from the individual, just like the song, let there be peace on earth and let it begin with me. So we cannot suddenly bring about peace on the earth. It must start first, from the individual. It must start from myself, in my family, in my community, and in my nation. So here, we can see that giving and receiving action has no limits. As individual, you are part of the family. And the family is what? Part of the bigger community. And then the community is part of the nation. And the nation is what? Part of the world. That is why you should not think that I am just a person, one person. I am insignificant in this world. Just like human cells, which are important in the human body, each one of you is significant, and you are all part of the greater whole. This brings us again to the conclusion of another fallacy of Marxism that reverses subject and object position and making the body above the mind. Also, the negation of the need of the principle of cooperation for growth and development. Our conclusion is that we exist based on the principle of goodness embodied in the principle of living for the sake of others. Let us go to the next letter. Letter C. C, which stands for creating good families. So the fourth principle, universal principle of peace, is that family is the school of love and peace. So the fourth principle is that world peace has its foundation in the family. The family is intended to be the first school of love. It is in the family that the most basic personal and public virtues are learned. All religions of the world recognize marriage as sacred. In fact, despite, having different cultures and rituals, all the religions of the world place a lot of importance on marriage. Strong families have served as the fundamental institution for transmitting to future generations moral strength, traditions, and values that sustain civilization. That is why the family is the natural and fundamental group unit of the society. Definitely, there is no institution on the earth that is greater than a family. As Dr. Sun Myung Moon emphasized that the family is the most important school in human life, for it is the school of love. Even our Constitution emphasizes that the state recognizes the family as the foundation of the nation and that marriage is an inviolable social institution. Therefore, if we are aspiring for nation building, then strengthening of marriages and families is so important. We can say that, regardless of nationality or culture or religion, the experience of belonging to a family is the common denominator. So when we can say that the family is the cornerstone of world peace. In a typical course of our life, right? A child grows up among siblings and peers, gets married, and becomes a parent. So these are actually the basic stages we pass through in life. So we experience these 4 realms of love, in the family. First, we experience child's love, right? Then siblings or brothers and sisters love. Then spouse or conjugal love. And then finally, parental love. So all other forms of human love are derived from these 4 realms of love. So as a child, what are the primary virtues that we can learn? First, as a young child, we learn to respect and obey our parents. This becomes the very foundation for a life of respect and gratitude. If children grow up in a very good relationship in the family, respecting their parents, then naturally they will also grow to respect elders and authorities. Then, when a younger sibling is born in the family, we learn to adjust, we share love, and we live in harmony and cooperation, right? So if in the home, brothers and sisters love and care for each other, then it's easier for them to have concern for other people. But if they fight each other in a family, then when they go out, mas madali na sa kanila ang maging palaaway at basagulo. Now, how about husband and wife relationship? What are the primary virtues? We have conjugal love is built upon absolute trust, fidelity, and commitment. And then, based on that commitment of marriage, this is an important preparation for parenthood. When husband and wife love each other unconditionally, even in difficult times, this deepens their capacity to love. So the 4th realm of love is parental love. This is actually the most demanding and most sacrificial of all the realms of love because it requires constant investment and sacrifice. A parent's love is unconditional, and its reward is the child's well-being and happiness. So the family, we can say, is the school where we first learn to what? To live for the sake of others. It is the school where we learn good morals like respect. And then in the family, we learn the virtue of filial piety towards our parents, right? Then if we extend that to living for the society, then we practice charity. And then when we extend that to the nation, living for the sake of the nation, then this forms what we call patriotism. So family is the school of living for the sake of others. What is filial piety? This is a very strong virtue among us Filipinos. The willingness to sacrifice for the sake of your parents and your family. That is why we can see many Filipinos who sacrifice themselves working in foreign lands, right? For the sake of their family. So filial piety is like saying, I love my parents. I will live for the sake of my parents. My parents are the best parents in the world. And if needed, I am willing to die for the sake of my parents. And based on this foundation of filial piety, we extend that to love of nation. And this forms patriotism. I love my nation. I am willing to live for the sake of my nation. And if needed, I am willing to die for the sake of my nation. So we can say that the family is the school of raising patriots for the nation. Another fallacy in Marxism is their belief in the abolition of the family that views family as a means only for exploitation and private gains. This is absolutely false. The truth is that the family is the school of love and peace, and that strong marriages are the very foundation of a strong and peaceful society. So let's go to the last letter, E. E, which stands for empathy. So the 5th principle and the last universal principle of peace is that peace comes through cooperation beyond boundaries of ethnicity, religion, and nationality. So the religions of the world are like, repair shops. Through the practice of our faith, we could find our way back to God. So we can see that religion is the source of humanity's deepest values and highest ideals. And through religion, we can see many people who have undergone personal transformation. Religions provide the spiritual and moral framework of the society. However, if religions or religious belief is misused for selfish gains or purpose, it can have devastating effect and it can pave the way for conflicts and block the way to peace. In fact, many of the wars and conflicts happening in the world now are rooted on cultural and religious differences. So, faith and religion is not the problem. It is the selfishness and greed of people using religion and faith for their own selfish motives. So all religions seek for peace. Yes, the religions of the world may be different in terms of traditions, rituals, and doctrines. However, instead of focusing on the religious differences, we have to look at the commonality, the common values in all religions. This is the fundamental change of paradigm that we need in order to bring peace. So, what is the origin of conflict? It is the conflict within me. It is the conflict that comes from violating the basic universal principles. Basically, it is the problem of what? Self-centeredness or selfishness and greed. The mentality of others exists for my benefit. This diminishes the value of the whole. So if, people continue to live with this mindset of me first, then solutions will not be realized. So the conflict and violence that we see in the world today are actually what? Just expansions of the selfish patterns that started from where? It starts from me as an individual. Then expand this conflict in the family, conflict in the society, conflict in the nation, and eventually conflicts in the world. So the true expression of the world's genuine faith and tradition connects us to the deepest values of humankind. It is faith that can give people the power and the heart to love and forgive, to have the compassion instead of hatred, resentment, and violence. The highest expression of love for others is found in the commitment to love one's enemy. Yes, we have to end the cycle of hatred, resentment, and violence. As Mahatma Gandhi interestingly said, an eye for an eye will make the world blind. Also, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said this, we never get rid of an enemy by meeting hate with hate. We get rid of an enemy by getting rid of enmity. Yes, loving the enemy. Dr. Sun Myung Moon and Dr. Hak Jae Moon, the founders of UPF, are well known for their teaching against communism. But they met with Mikhail Gorbachev in 1990 and with Kim Il-sung in 1991. It was a historic meeting, not of enemies, but of friends, of brothers who long for true and lasting peace. We learn in this fifth principle of peace that the assertion that the conflict in society is the force that drives change and development is wrong. Peace and development comes from living together harmoniously in an environment of interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universally shared values beyond ethnicity, religion, and nationality. So, let us summarize the 5 universal principles of peace. First, that God is the parent of humankind and we are one human family. Second, we are essentially spiritual in nature. And third, marriage is a sacred institution and that the family is a school of love and peace. And fourth, God's ideal is to live for the sake of others. And fifth, peace comes through cooperation beyond the boundaries of ethnicity, religion, and nationality. I would like to end with another story behind the famous Nobel Peace Prize. Do you know the man behind this? Yes, it is Alfred Nobel. So who is Alfred Nobel? Well, he was not as we know him now. He was the inventor of dynamite, which of course we know that these ammunitions were used to kill many people in the past. He also has built 90 armaments factory. In short, he was a notorious rich businessman. But what made him totally change? It was an incident while he was in Paris. He came upon a newspaper that gave him the shock of his life. He read an article about his death with the news headline that reads, "The merchant of death is dead." Well, he totally changed his perspective in life. He was afraid of what legacy he can leave behind when he dies. This is not what he wanted to be remembered in history. To make the long story short, he sold all his properties and assets and placed everything in a foundation to recognize people who have contributed for the betterment of humanity for the cause of peace. That foundation was the one that started the now famous Nobel Peace Prize. So, what kind of legacy do you want to leave behind? Dear leaders, thank you for staying with me in this presentation. I wish you success in your endeavors. Mabuhay!
Wow, thank you very much, Dr. Julius Malecdem, for that very comprehensive presentation on critique and counter-proposal to communism, the universal principles of peace. We have known that a lot of people have been working and doing its best in any ways they can. Also, we have seen a lot of people in our community and in the society at large. However, the fact that we live in a very diverse country or very diverse community wherein people live in different backgrounds and beliefs, that no matter how much effort we exert in this matter of peace, peace has still been elusive to us. The need of the universal principles of peace is indeed very important. Recognizing that we came from one parent, our Heavenly Parent, and recognizing the different names we named Heavenly Parent, we are indeed one family under God. I felt like that if we recognize these basic principles of peace, the problems of religions, divisions, racism, politics, and morality will be easily fixed. The thought of selfishness and individualism has been the main reason that divides people to hate and fights towards one another instead of uniting as one family. And there are still a lot of issues that we've been facing right now in our country. However, if we will unite as one, and if we will walk together as one with our one goal, and that is peace, then indeed everything is possible. So once again, let's all give a hand to Dr. Julius Malecdem for that very comprehensive presentation. And in this moment, before we go on to our question and answer part for this session, let's have first our icebreaker. So yeah, if you feel sleepy or maybe at some point tired looking at the monitor, so please freshen up yourself through this icebreaker. And with that, once again, let us welcome to the virtual stage our Game Master for today's Regional Youth Forum. Let's welcome Mr. Mark J. Tapia, the Finance Officer of IAYSP Pilipinas. Let's give him a virtual applause.
Hey, thank you so much, our beautiful and gorgeous, wow, beautiful, gorgeous, our MC, Miss Nikki Jerusalem. Magandang tanghali po, National Capital Region! Handa na ba kayo? Ate, parang gusto ko na lang magkape. Parang di sila handa. Okay lang ba MC? Okay, ready naman ako dito. I have coffee here. So mag-coffee na po tayo para magising. Alright, can I have your message in our chat box, please? Can you type yes kung okay na ba kayo? How about sa ating Facebook Live? Thank you so much, Ma'am Ali, Ma'am Bea May, and Alona Zaira. Shout out po sa inyo. How about po sa ating YouTube? So far, marami po pong nanonood sa ating YouTube po at the same time sa ating Facebook Live. Alright. Hi, hello po. Hi, Ate Joy. Shout out po sa'yo. Okay. Magsimula na tayo. Huwag na natin itong patagalin pa. So technical, please flash the question. Okay. Sa mga di pa po nakakaalam, gaya na lang po. Alright, our question number 1 is Muar exis et uno meteore. Game na! Sir Jimuel, handa ka na ba? Ay na si Jimuel, may tanong na. Alright, meron na ba na ako ng tamang sagot? Alright, let's see kung tamang sagot mo, Mr. Avelino Rivera. How about sa Facebook Live? Hello! Good afternoon. Thank you for watching. Alright, Sir Josh Robert, let's see. Sir Romeo, let's see. Muar exis uno meteore. Alright. Okay, I think meron na po nakuha ng tamang sagot sa ating Zoom at the same time sa ating Facebook Live po. So marami pong nakalive dito sa ating Facebook po. Alright, so technical, please reveal the answer. Okay, our right answer is Marxist economic theory. Alright, okay pa ba kayo? Okay, let's go proceed to question number 2. Okay, our question number 2. You, me, beer, swal, prince, apples of peace. Let's go, mga keyboard warriors. Please drop down your questions now sa ating Q&A chat box according po sa ating moderator. Thank you so much, Miss Nikki. Okay, thank you. Natid po sa inyo yan ng copy ni Miss Nikki. Alright, our right answer is habang sa Facebook Live po natin. So, alright, may nakasagot naman na sa Facebook Live po natin. Congratulations po, Ma'am Truya, One Big Grace. I remember you po. Alright, our right answer is Universal Principles of Peace. Thank you. Alright, let us proceed to question number 3. Okay, ang dami niyo na pong sagot. Pauna-una na po ito. Question number 3 is participation. Alright, Ma'am Bea, ang bilis nyo naman, Ma'am Bea. Tagaan saan ka po? Congratulations! Okay, technical, please reveal the answer. Okay, our right answer is participation. Alright, so hoping nagising na po kayo ha, na hinahanda nyo na po inyong mga tanong sa ating speaker po. Okay, let's go to question number 4. Okay, technical, question number 4 please. Okay, our question number 4 is community bias. Alright, let's see. Okay, congratulations, Ma'am Bea. Ang bilis nyo talaga. Hello! Shoutout po! Alright, congratulations po. May nakuha na po ng tamang sagot as well as sa ating pong Facebook Live and YouTube. Thank you so much. Okay, technical, please reveal the answer, please. Okay, our right answer is community service. So later on po, after the question and Q&A portion po, we will be having a spinning of wheels. So see you later. Back to you, beautiful MC.
Thank you very much to our very energetic and also very hyper game master, Mr. Mark J. Tapia.
Welcome.
So, sana ang ating mga kabataang leaders sa National Capital Region ay na-revive, no? Especially lalong-lalo na sa mga inaantok na dyan. So, yes, this time we will be moving on to the question and answer part of this session. So, once again, sa mga hindi pa nakapag-drop down ng kanilang questions dyan sa ating Q&A chat box. So, our speakers are very free to answer all your questions. So, don't hesitate to ask. And then, yes, thank you sa mga nag-send ng kanilang questions sa ating Facebook Live, no? Directly sent to our page. Maraming salamat sa inyong active na participation kahit hindi namin kayo nakikita dito sa Zoom. So, thank you for staying with us once again until this time. So, yes, okay, here's one question that was directly addressed sa ating main speaker, Dr. Julius. And yes, this is coming from our Facebook Live viewers. Okay, ito po ang tanong. Sir, I agree on the universal principle of peace number 4, that the family is the school of love and peace. But how about those people who doesn't have a family? How is this universal principle be applied to them? Especially, they cannot feel love directly by their family. So, yes, yun po, sir. Sir Julius.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. Actually, this is a reality in our society now. Many people are living with broken families, or maybe they are not associated with their families anymore because of several reasons. So this universal principle, why we call it universal principles, because it holds even though situations may change. So it applies, as I have mentioned, it applies in the past, present, in the future. So given the situation of some children probably, or some people who did not grow up in a definition of a family where there is a father or there is a mother there, uh, the importance now of expanding that family, the concept of support system. That's why I think this was also mentioned in the discussion yesterday, when we have to provide that environment of family, whether in the form of the support from the religious affiliation, for example, the civic society, the civil society, as well as the government. So that's why the support system for those who don't have this foundation of family is very important. That's why, for example, in the Philippines, we have the SWD for taking care of this purpose. So that's why yung concept kasi ng family, it should not be just centering on my own family, wala akong pakialam sa iba. So that's why what we are teaching is that the concept of family, being, for example, yung i-expand natin yung concept ng family. So that means the concern of other children, kahit hindi ko sila anak, I also have to think of them as also my children or my own brothers and sisters. So lumalawak dito yung support system. So pag nagkaroon ng public-mindedness ang mga tao na yung concern ng ibang tao, na for example, the vulnerables in the society, and then doon natin i-channel yung support, particularly, for example, from the local government or from the national government, from the religious sector, ang daming pwedeng tumulong. So that's why if that public-mindedness becomes now like the policy that is existing in our society, ang ganda, na kahit na magkaroon ng mga ganitong problema or situation, nandun pa rin, pwede pa rin nating tulungan yung bata na yon na lumaki, na mayroon pa rin siyang nakikilala na foster parents probably, or mayroon pa rin siyang, lalaki pa rin siya sa environment that there is love of brothers and sisters, that there is support system based on some kind of a society that has concern for other people. So pwede pa nating tulungan yung mga ganong situation. Given hindi nga lahat ng situations are ideal. So we need to expand more the support system of our society. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Julius, for that answer. Let us also hear from Dr. Clevejo. Sir, would you like to respond from this?
Thank you, Nikki, for that question. I agree with Dr. Julius. The family that we're talking in the conventional way of father, mother, siblings. In the context of our society, however, having a family is not the end all of all this. The support system makes a difference. Why? There are children who are abandoned. There are street children who end up in hospicio de San Jose and the like. When they are into this support system, then they are taught what it is to love and to be living for others. In a community like institution that house abandoned children, people, children, young as they can even be abandoned on the doorstep, and they have no idea of what parenthood is. But when they grow up and they are provided the love in the community, the support system of siblings within the institution, that's the start of what we mean by loving for others. And that's why it's important that when you expand the support system, you are talking of what? A foster parents program. Then you talk of people who are making sure that if and when they adopt, they are able to make that particular parenthood be as responsible and become productive. This is important in any society. The society that tries to support people who are abandoned, children as young as 1 year, 1 day old, and so on, abandoned. Then they went into, as pointed out by Dr. Julius, they ended up with these NGOs. these houses that support, that nurtures and develop love for others through a community. Then when they become part of their own way of instituting their own family, they know what love is and what caring for others means. I have seen for myself people who came from this institution, Hospicio de San Jose, even ASI, and so on. And when they grow up with the same mind as the rest of the other fathers or mother. So it's important to look at it in the context of making sure that you don't live for your own, you live for your others, it be a family later on or siblings. You look into stories of people living in Hospicio de San Jose or Asilo de San Jose. You find that they also have bonding. They also what it is to love for others. That's why it's important when they now go into real mainstream society by themselves. They know what love is, what support system is, what living for others mean, what service for others mean. And this is where we talk of the advocacy for peace means to them. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Cavejo, for that answer. And yeah, moving on to the next question. This is coming from an anonymous attendee here in our Zoom. Okay, this is the question. How can the church and state work together to attain peace? And maybe first let's hear from Dr. Julius.
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, this is a very important question, Nikki. Thank you to our anonymous attendee who sent this question. Especially now, there is a misconception about the separation of church and state, because it's embodied in our 1987 Constitution, right? That it's in our Constitution, it declares there that the separation of church and state shall be inviolable. So actually, it doesn't mean that the church and the state cannot work together, or the government cannot work together with the church. This is just to safeguard yung yung parang yung gobyerno mayroong pinapaboran na religious organization. So just to safeguard yung tinatawag natin na religious freedom, or the freedom of all our citizens to worship, the freedom of practicing their own religion without the intervention from the government. Actually, yun ang sinisafeguard nung article, anong section na yun sa 1987 Constitution. That is why, in many ways, the church and the government have actually many important functions that are parang they are together. Hindi pwede nating ihiwalay. Why? Because as the church, all we want is for the good of the people. And it's the same for the government. We want to serve and protect the people. So it's the same with the religions of our nation. That's why there are many commonalities na pwedeng magtulungan talaga ang church and state. For example, when it comes to the morality, the moral fiber of for example, of our nation. That is why, every time that there is a law being passed on or being discussed in the Congress, there's always consultation with the religious sector. Why? Because it is also applicable with kahit na yung law na yon, for example, it's a man-made law, but always we connect it with the moral standard, the culture of our nation. Is it applicable to the behavior, to the culture of the Filipinos? So palaging pinag-uusapan yan, the cooperation of the religious sector working together with the government. This is actually very important for us to have a very stable society. And this is one of the strengths of our country, the Philippines, because we became a nation that really respects and honors God, and we have these sacred doctrines at pinangangalagaan yan ng gobyerno. And I'm very happy that we have this kind of nation, we have this kind of republic compared to other nations which are becoming more humanistic and materialistic when it comes to, nagiging masyadong secular, ika nga. So siguro pangalagaan natin ito. Ang daming pwedeng gawin ng gobyerno at ng mga religious sector. And it is for the betterment of the Filipino people. So thank you for this question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Julius. Let's also hear from the DILG and National Capital Region, Sir Mon.
Okay, thank you, Nikki. So already very good answers from our other speakers, but I'd like to highlight some of the things that we are doing in the DILG. For example, I'm not sure if our participants and our colleagues here have heard of the Ugnayan ng Barangay at Mga Simbahan. This was initiated in 2013. No? I was part of the original group that pushed for the signing of the Memorandum of Agreement between the government, the barangays, and our religious leaders. So that does not violate the provisions of our constitution regarding the separation of church and state. No, it was made very clear during the discussions with our legal experts that there is no conflict with the provisions of the 1987 Constitution and what we are trying to do, which is really to promote cooperation between the church and the barangays. Because if you look at it, the basic units of the church as well as our other religious denominations are really the communities, which are the very same people that the barangays are serving. So there's no conflict. And with this commonality in their beneficiaries, in the people that they should be serving, there's really no conflict. So there are so many ways for the government and our religious organizations to work together. Some of the things that come to my mind are, there are many religious organizations that have youth leadership training programs. And these leadership training programs do not just focus on leadership ability. They also address the ethical and the moral, the character really of the youth leaders that they are forming. So there are so many opportunities, not just on leadership development, but also on service delivery. The government and our religious leaders, since they're serving the same people, they can work together to make sure that they're able to reach as many of these people as possible. They can work with each other to expand their reach, expand their coverage, or to deepen their engagement with the people that they're serving. So again, there are really so many ways, and there are no limits to your creativity. If you see opportunities for the barangay, the government in general, and your religious leaders to work together, or your religious group, then I think you should take initiative. You should initiate the communication, the conversations really. It's all about the dialogue and finding the common ground so that you'll be able to come up with something that will really benefit the community.
Yes, thank you very much, Sir Mon, for that answer. And yes, lastly, before we end, I think Professor Halipa would like to add something. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ma'am Nikki. Just to add to Dr. Julius and Sir Mon, fundamentally human beings need education. Because of free will, we have freedom. Human beings have freedom. Therefore, we need to educate human beings. And there are ways to educate human beings. Technically speaking, the government is focusing on the technical education, or we may say the education to develop their career. But on the other hand, we need also a moral and ethical education. And we are lucky if the family has parents that are capable of educating their children to be morally upright. But if that is missing, then that's where the church or the mosque or whatever religion comes into play. So the religion comes into play to kind of the backup, just in case the family doesn't have that capacity to, the parents do not have the capacity to educate their children. You know, in a society, for the sake of peace and order, for the peace and order of society, we have laws. But actually, that doesn't guarantee that people will not become criminals. You know, if they're not well groomed, if they're not well raised, eventually they will become criminals. They become lawless people. So the laws are only set like kind of a minimum standard, telling the human beings or the citizen of the country not to be selfish. That's it. Don't do selfish things. That's the law. If you become selfish, we put you into prison or we penalize you. However, the religious education is kind of a different. It's more than that. The religion teaches you to sacrifice for your fellow men. That is not provided by the laws. It's higher than the law. It promotes you to sacrifice and serve and live for the sake of others and benefit other people. That is not provided by the law. Law is just the minimum standard. Just wag kang lang mag-agrabyado ng kapwa mo, okay na yan. Just don't violate other people's rights. Just don't infringe other people's rights. You're already okay. Even if you don't serve other people, that's already okay. That is the law. That is the minimum standard. But we need religion in order to inculcate to the human beings, as Sir Jude explained yesterday, that our spirituality, we are happy when we serve other people. Why we need to serve other people? Because it makes us happy. Why we are depressed? Because we are very selfish. It's very simple. So all in all, we need a functional and effective religion in order to have peace and prosperity in a country. For the government also to maintain, we are a democratic government. If democracy doesn't have a healthy spirituality, eventually democracy will turn into anarchy. People, democracy is unstable if the people are not responsible, because democracy means freedom. Now you give freedom to people who are like children, it will be a disaster. Imagine giving guns and knives to children who don't know, and they just sway around guns and knives. They don't know what to do. Freedom comes with responsibility. That is why many democratic countries collapse, because they don't understand that the responsibility is very important, and educating the citizens about their responsibility. And who will educate about responsibility? That's where family comes in, and the churches, the mosque, or the religion comes in to emphasize human responsibility to become good, to become kind, and to become moral citizens. So that's why we need cooperation between government and religions. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Halipa, Sir Mon, and Dr. Julius for answering all the questions from our dear participants, and to all the participants who have raised their questions. Thank you very much for active participation. In this moment, we will be moving on to the spinning wheel of our winners of our recent icebreaker. So once again, let us welcome to the virtual stage our game master, Mr. Mark J. Tapia. Let's all give him a virtual applause.
Ang bilis naman, Miss Nikki. Alright! Welcome back once again! Welcome back. To Ma'am Annalisa Lopez from Marikina po, may bayad ko after this. Shout out daw po, Ma'am Annalisa Lopez. Sa mga personal po ng pamantasan ng lungsod ng Maynila, thank you for joining Regional Youth Forum. And to other youth na nununod po sa ating Facebook Live, hello! And sa ating YouTube, hi again, hello! Thank you for watching! Yay! Sir Jimwell, hindi ka pa po nanalo! Alright, let's go! Let's begin this spinning wheel! Okay, technical! Please, sabayan niyo ako! Spin the wheel and we'll reveal the lucky person! Kadya kayo pangalan ko? Sana wala prize, 1 million ba yan? Pang 1 million lang po ako, pero yung prize, hindi ko alam. Joke lang po, later po. Alright, congratulations to... Sir, parang sinaswerte ka. Sir, ang swerte mo. Kahapon ikaw din yon. Anong meron, sir? Congratulations to Sir Jimwell Kakayuran. Maraming salamat po. Nakatatlo na po siya, baka give chance to other. Technical, pwedeng pa-remove na yung pangalan niya dyan sa wheel. Oo, remove na yun talaga. Alright, let's proceed to our second winner. Please, technical, spin the wheel and we'll reveal the lucky person. Pambeya, sana all. Alright, congratulations to our second winner. Okay, parang kahapon din po. Congratulations to Miss Katrina Joy Macalma. Okay po, don't forget po to give your names and your contact details sa ating chat box. At the same time po, kung nanonood po kayo sa Facebook Live, pakiiwan na lang po dun sa comment box po. Alright! Let us proceed to our third winner. Technical, please spin the wheel and we'll reveal the lucky person, please. Please, naman, ako naman po. Nagmakaawa na po siya. Okay, let's see. Congratulations to... Alright! Ma'am Grace Truya. Alright, thank you so much, Ma'am Grace. Thank you so much po. Alright, wag na natin patagalin pa. I know that you are excited sa ating next session. Let's proceed to our last winner, Technical. Please spin the wheel and we'll reveal the lucky person, please. Okay, congratulations to... Okay po, congratulations to... Alright, congratulations to Mr. Michael Peterbill. Thank you so much po. And don't forget po sa mga nanalo, please give your name and contact details po. Sa mga di naman po nanalo, don't you worry, meron pa po. Meron pa po, saswertein pa po kayo. Alright, so this time, I'm gonna give this a billboard room to our gorgeous MC, Miss Nikki Jerusalem. Back to you.
Ayan! Welcome back. Thank you very much to our very energetic and dynamic Game Master, Mr. Mark J. Tapia. Thank you for truly facilitating our icebreaker for this Regional Youth Forum. And once again, congratulations sa lahat po ng winners ng ating icebreaker. Thank you for your active participation and also for actively listening sa ating mga lectures. So yes, moving on, in this time, we will be listening to a presentation from our resource speaker of the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict, or the NTF-LCAC. Allow me to introduce our resource speaker, Ms. Edisol Rose P. Garcia. Ms. Garcia is the Chief Monitoring Branch of the NTF-LCAC Secretariat, and she will guide you to the EO70 of the NTF-LCAC. So please listen attentively, and also this will enlighten also all your questions, especially in relation to yesterday's questions as well. So everyone, let us all warmly welcome Ms. Edisol Rose P. Garcia. Let's all give her a virtual applause.
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. In behalf of our Vice Chairman of the NTF-LCAC Secretary Hermogenes C. Esperon Jr. and our Executive Director of the NTF-LCAC Secretary Allen A. Capuyan and Isa Garcia, and let me guide you to the EO70. And as well as what we have so far accomplished, beginning its establishment and other significant updates. To better walk you with the presentation, I will present as follows. Starting off with the creation of the EO70, let us revisit the executive order itself. At sa bisa ng Executive Order number 70, ang National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict ay naitatag. At ang Whole of Nation Approach, or WONA, na nabanggit sa Section 6, ay ang gabay na alituntunin ng task force para mawakasan ang problema ng insurhensya sa ating bansa. So amin lamang pong uulitin na lahat ng departamento, bureaus, offices, agencies, o anumang bahagi ng ating gobyerno kasama na ang mga government-owned and controlled corporations or GOCCs at state universities and colleges or SUCs ay kinakailangan na may direktang suporta sa ating task force. At ang mga pribadong sektor, non-government organizations or NGOs at iba pang taga-suporta ay inaanyayahang lumahok sa lahat ng peace-building programs, plans, and activities para maisakatuparan ng ating framework. At ang nasabing order na ito ay nilagdaan ni President Rodrigo Roa Duterte noong ika-4 ng Disyembre 2018 na lumikha sa MTF-LCAP. Ito po ay produkto ng serye ng workshops. Mula po dito, nalaman natin na kahit matagumpay na naisasagawa ang mga operasyon o operations ng security sector, hindi pa rin natin matapos-tapos ang insurhensya dulot ng mga komunista. So dahil na rin po ito sa kakulangan sa pagkakatugma-tugma at sinkronisasyon ng mga plano at programa ng gobyerno kasama ang mga civilian agencies. Sa makatuwid, nabigo tayo na himukin ang partisipasyon ng lahat ng bahagi ng ating lipunan. Kilalanin po natin ano nga ba ang CPP, NPA, NDF. So mula pa po nung Oplan Katatagan, panahon ng termino ni President Marcos, hanggang sa Oplan Bayanihan ni late President Aquino, ang grupo na ito ay matatag, na pwersa, na kailangang pagtuunan ng pansin na kahit bumababa ang kanilang armadong pwersa sa nakalipas sa 10 taon, mula 2008 to 2018, ang kanilang armadong pwersa ay nananatili at nagpapatuloy. Kailangan po nating tignan na maliban sa armadong kakayahan, hanggang sa katapusan ng 2018, ang Communist Terrorist Group or CTG ay may kapabilidad lamang na ganito. Shown. Pinapakita po dito na ang CTGs ay patuloy na nadaragdagan dahil na rin sa dumaraming na itatag na basing masa or mass base mula sa ideological, political, and organizational na gawain ay talagang masasabi natin na epektibo nilang napapagana. Dito naman makikita ang framework ng CPP, NPA, NDF based sa ends, ways, and means approach. Para sa means o pamamaraan, ang National Democratic Revolution ay tinuturing na CTG Strategic Political Line na binubuo ng 3 bahaging hindi mapaghihiwalay. Una po ay ang Communist Party of the Philippines or ang CPP bilang kabuuang ideological, politikong organisasyon ng buong revolusyonaryong kilusan. Pangalawa, ang New People's Army or NPA. Ito naman ang pangunahing instrumento ng kanilang armadong pakikibaka para makamit ang pag-agaw sa kapangyarihang pampolitika. At ang pangatlo ay ang National Democratic Front or ang NDF na siyang napakahalagang elemento para maisakatuparan ang pagbuo ng malawakang alyansa na taliwas sa gobyerno mula sa lahat ng antas from local, national to international. At para naman sa ways ang CPP, NPA, NDF ay nagsasagawa ng party building, army building at united front building. Kasama sa ways ng CPP, NPA, NDF or ang CTGs, ang kanilang 10 CTG program sa pamamagitan ng kanilang hagdang-hagdang antas ng alyansa. At ang kanilang nais makamit mula sa kanilang National Democratic Revolution ay ang paghina ng Estado para maagaw ang kapangyarihang pampolitikal. At sa pagsasakatuparan ng kanilang NDR, ang Partido Sosyalista ay magsisimula upang humantong sa diktadura ng manggagawa or the dictatorship of the proletariat and cultural revolution. At ngayon naman dumako po tayo sa kung ano ba ang 10 programa ng CTGs. Unang programa ay ang mass-based building. Pinapakita sa slide na ito ang organisadong antas ng alyansa na binubuo sa loob ng iba't ibang sektor ng ating lipunan. Ang gawain or purpose ng echelon of alliances na ito ay ang layunin ng mass-based activities sa loob ng red and white areas or ang rural and urban communities. Next is ang CTG's propaganda machinery led by the National Propaganda and Cultural Commission. The tasks of the NPCC are the propagation of the Marxist, Leninist, and Mao Zedong or the MLMZD teachings and communist ideology, and establishment of the international, transnational, national, grassroots cultural and propaganda machinery, and the maintenance of an online publishing unit for propaganda campaign in the conduct of IPO works in media, artists, and cultural sectors. And the Revolutionaryong Buwis sa Kaaway na Uri, or the RBKU, is the system of taxation against the enemy class. The CTGs have now evolved as the Philippines' biggest, most organized, highly systematic extortion machinery. This is aside from their entrenched international fund conduits using the web of NGOs. And as for the Revolutionaryong Buwis sa Kaaway na Uri, or the RBKU standard collection rate, please refer to this table. And for the RBKU's extortion scheme, naiulat na mayroong 5.2 billion pesos na damage to properties. And the Agrarian Revolution is the main program of the CTGs to advance the National Democratic Revolution. It is implemented in minimum forms such as elimination of usury, unfair sharing practices of 70/30, and provision of rural cooperatives, and its maximum forms such as land occupation, land distribution, and farm production. CTG's special bureaucracy works naman is the infiltration of the government bureaucracy using our own democratic processes in employing ideological, political, and organizational works in the public sector. Next program is the CTG's International Solidarity Works. So it has 5 tracks under the International Department, and these are the IPO works among the OFWs through Migrante, International League of People Struggle, or the ILPS, International Solidarity Mission, infiltration of the UN systems, and the availment of the peace process with the following objectives as shown. And the CTGs have weaponized the human rights framework in order to utilize in its protracted people's war. And also the CTGs have availed of the peace process in the protraction of people's war and its campaign to gain status of belligerency. The peace process is part of the political struggle, which nonetheless remains subordinate to the armed struggle. And the 9th CTG program is the Protracted People's War, or ang pangmatagalang digmaang bayan, which is the national and regional design of waging the revolutionary armed struggle to seize political power. And the 10th program is the CTG's 10th program is the Broad United Front campaign for the Oust President campaign, which is an example of combining all the CTG's programs into one operational framework. It puts into action the entire machinery of the CTGs to target the narrowest faction of the ruling elite. And it also polarizes the different classes of society, isolating the government and laying down the foundation of the democratic coalition government. These programs are the threats that the government and the entire bureaucracy is facing, and now we are currently addressing this through the NTF-LCAP. Ang whole of nation approach ay ang framework na gumagabay sa National Task Force LCAP para makamit ang inclusive at sustainable peace. Ito ang makapagbibigay ng malinaw na direksyon para sa atin para ma-align ang efforts sa paghatid ng serbisyo sa mga conflict-affected and vulnerable communities. Para sa NTF-LCAP National Plan Mission sa pagresolba sa insurhensya na dulot ng CTGs, ang whole of nation team ay naglulunsad ng peace and development work sa loob at labas ng mga conflict-affected areas para tuluyan ng matapos ang local communist armed conflict by 2022. Ang NTF-LCAP ay malalim pong binabalangkasan ng dalawang hanay or 2 tracks. Una ay ang political, economic, socio-cultural track na magsasagot sa mga pangunahing issue at mga ugat ng insurhensya para makapagtatag ng matibay na institusyon at samahan. At ang second track ay ang peace engagement, law enforcement, and military track. Nakafocus naman po ito sa paghikayat sa mga rebelde para magbalik loob sa ating gobyerno at para na rin maisagawa ang mga sustained military operations. Ang dalawang tracks na ito ay dapat isagawa sa ilalim ng 12 lines of efforts o mas kilalang 12 clusters ng National Task Force. At ang mga clusters na ito ay itinataguyod at pinapatibay sa pamamagitan ng whole of nation approach and good governance. And we expect that every effort o ay magkakaroon ng influx of surrenderies, dismantled CTG alliances, CTG support structure cease to function, and leaders and cadres get isolated. And as the terminal options, the government will offer a genuine political settlement in policing, which will lead to the defeat of the armed group, peace and security ensured, and development undertakings attained. Taken another way, ang matrix na ito ay nagpapakita na ang misyon ng Whole of Nation Team ay hinango mula sa ambisyon natin ito 2040. From the National Security Vision and the medium-term national security end state. At ang ating mission is to end the local communist armed conflict. And every effort that we undertake must reduce terrorist capability and prevent communist recruitment. I may say again that every effort that we undertake must reduce terrorist capability and prevent communist recruitment. Para maabot po natin ito, ang Whole of Nation Team ay nagsasagawa ng 6 na campaign na tinatawag na localized peace engagements, security operations, and 4 campaigns to address the root cause of discontent. At ang ating 12 functional lines of efforts ay dapat nakasuporta sa 6 na major campaigns. At para maisakatuparan ng ating efforts, ang task force ay pinapatnubayan ng mga sumusunod na komposisyon. Kasama ang ating presidente, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte bilang chairman ng NTF-ELCAC, ang ating National Security Advisor, Secretary Hermogenes C. Esteron Jr., ang ating Vice Chairman ng NTF-ELCAC, at ang NCIP Chairman, Secretary Allen A. Capuyan, bilang Executive Director ng NTF-ELCAC Secretariat. At mga miyembro mula sa iba't ibang government agencies at pribadong sektor. Dito naman po, ito naman ang NTF-ELCAC organizational structure, kasama pa rin ang Presidente bilang NTF Chairman at Commander. At ang Regional Task Force, ELCAC, ay ang bunga ng realisasyon na ang peace and order at development ay hindi mapaghihiwalay. So we have our, from National Task Force, we have Regional Task Force down to Barangay Task Forces. And established 17 JRTFs are currently headed by Cabinet Officers for Regional Development and Security, or CORDS. Shown are the CORDS for JRTF CAR to JRTF 8. And shown are the CORDS for JRTF 9 to BAR. At sa mga istrukturang ito, nakapaloob ang ating 12 lines of effort. At ang 12 lines of efforts ang haharap sa 10 programa ng CTGs. At naayon po sa ating National Plan, ELCAC, ang 12 clusters na binubuo kasama ang mga identified lead and initial member agencies, as shown. Pinapakita dito na may pangangailangan tayo na patibayin at maghikayat pa ng maraming stakeholders mula sa mga ahensya at iba't ibang organisasyon at institusyon na may kinalaman sa CTGs. At para sa task force at tuluyan ng mawakasan ang insurhensya na pumipirwisyo sa ating mamamayan at bansa. At ang mga clusters na ito ay pinapangunahan ng mga sumusunod na personalidad, as shown. At para naman po sa ating mga accomplishments, we are proud to share with you our significant updates. Categorized into 2 tracks shown. On the first track, for the Local Government Empowerment Cluster, or the LGE, Their mission is to revisit and enhance the policy direction, capacity building strategies, project development support, and ensure security and justice. Under the LGE, the local chief executives led in the creation of local task forces in 76 provinces and 5 Bangsamoro task forces on ending local armed conflict, or the BTF ELAC, in the BAR in 1,495 cities and municipalities and 26,044 barangays. And 84% of these local task forces and 26,353 barangays have declared the CPP, NPA, NDF as persona non grata. So this is to demonstrate that the national and the local government are allies to win the war against communist terrorism and insurgency. And for the basic services cluster, we aim to provide a responsive delivery of basic services in order to contribute to the establishment of conflict resilient, economically developed, and sustainable communities. Under the BS, the Last Mile Schools was intended to be a 2-year program, but due to the pandemic, there have been delays. But within the 822 barangays identified with the NTF-ELCAC, the DepEd is present in 785 barangays and has a total of 1,702 schools broken down as shown. The program aims to address the gaps in resources and facilities of schools that are located in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. And housing projects were provided to indigenous peoples, communities in priority barangays. And the DSWD provided assistance to individuals in crisis situations and supported a total of 966 barangays, as shown. And on infrastructure and resource management, we intend to provide adequate, equitable, sustainable, and secured infrastructure development and resource management programs in order to accelerate the delivery of basic services and contribute to the attainment of peace, rural development, and national industrialization. Basically, ang IRM is ating major player sa pagbibigay ng mabilis na road constructions and other infra projects. And we have 5,093 projects implemented, such as the farm-to-market roads, interprovincial road linkages, school buildings, and quarantine facilities. And likewise, the National Greening Program, or the NGP, where 300 million plus was awarded to ELCAC barangays. And moreover, the DAR distributed 51,797 Certificate of Land Ownership Award, or CLOA, in targeted conflict-affected barangays from 2018 to 2021. And the Livelihood and Poverty Reduction Cluster naman aims to have self-reliant, resilient, and sustainable communities through harmonized and culturally responsive development programs. At ang mga sumusunod po ay ang mga programa na sinusuportahan at ini-implement hanggang sa community level. So, ang tubig kalikasan para sa barangay, or the Tukapa Project, the Project Tala or TESDA Alay ay Liwanag at Asenso, the Amuma Ugiya alang sa Kahamugaway, or the AGAP Project, and different projects established in various regions to create self-reliant and self-sustaining food production sites. And the TESDA as lead agency of the PRLE cluster also assisted 21,000 plus beneficiaries and targeted barangay, of which 4,000 plus graduates were employed. And for the international engagement cluster, the cluster conducts diplomatic, informational, and legal engagements in various international arenas with relevant audiences to counter the CTG's international solidarity works. And the major accomplishment of the cluster for year 2020 would be on the field of human rights via the Philippines Foreign Missions Abroad. And last October 2020, the UN Human Rights Council adopted a resolution that encourages technical assistance on human rights matters to the government. And just this March 2021, the Philippine mission in Geneva continues to disrupt the CTG's international networking by engaging the UN multilateral mechanisms to counter the false narratives perpetuated by the CTGs. And the DFA issued a note verbal to all diplomatic missions and international organizations requiring all foreign government funding intended for Philippine NGOs be disclosed and recorded. And in our effort to strengthen the sectors, the SOCDEM cluster shall engage, unify, capacitate, empower, and mobilize all sectors of society to be free and resistant to the CTG's mass-based building, operation, and infiltration activities. Under the SOCDEM, the Regional Consultation for Peace and Development, or the RCPD, were concluded last June 2021. So we conducted RCPD in all the JRTFs for 17 regions. And for the proposed unified organizing strategy was prototyped with the province of Quezon working towards the conduct of its provincial multi-sectoral people's assembly, or the PROMUSPA. On track 2, the SACAM cluster, or the Situational Awareness and Knowledge Management cluster, manage data collection and the provision of intelligence reports to concerned agencies, and led in the conduct of orientation of government executives and call to action to expose the CTG's deceptive propaganda. And for the Strategic Communications cluster, we intend to conduct strategic communications to counter the national and international propaganda efforts of the CTG and dominate the communication environment by effectively disseminating information on government programs and creating external mechanisms to facilitate public engagement and policy support. The Stratcom cluster implemented the nationwide information drive on all mainstream and social media to counter the propaganda lines of the CTGs. The task force has launched its official website at ntflcac.org. And we also have our official Facebook page as National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict with the blue check. Under the Stratcom, we are currently conducting weekly press briefings entitled TAG, Debunking Lies by Telling the Truth, and the SMNI's daily show titled Laban Kasama ang Bayan, and the radio stations of the Rectang Connect, Action Agad, and Up Up Pilipinas, to name a few of programs to engage the masses that concerns the CTGs. And for the Peace, Law Enforcement, and Development Support cluster, we aim to conduct interagency operations to defeat the CTG and its support structure in order to contribute to the attainment of the NTF-LCAC objectives. Under the Pledge cluster, 2,165 CTG members were neutralized, 80 of whom are high-ranking leaders. And this includes Central Committee members of the Communist Party of the Philippines, like former CPP Chairman Julius Heron. And 1,795 firearms were recovered in these operations. And the clearing of 3,202 barangays through the Community Support Program contributed immensely to the dismantling of 40 guerrilla fronts and 7 regional guerrilla units from 2018 to 2021, as shown. And as the Legal Cooperation Cluster provides its legal support and services to the task force, or the LCC class, Coordinated Legal Action and Support Services, 1,074 active cases are being pursued with the following significant cases filed in court. Of this, 15 counts of murder in relation to the Inupakan massacre case and internal purgings against Mr. Sison and Central Committee members, and a perjury case against the RMP, or the Rural Missionaries of the Philippines, Karapatan and Gabriela, and petition for disqualification against Gabriela and Kabataan Party List groups in the COMELEC, and proscription case against the CPP and NPA under the Human Security Act. And also the Anti-Money Laundering Council, or the AMLC, successfully froze the accounts and assets of the RMP and UCCP Haran in separate cases. And with the passage of the 2020 anti-terror law, heightened legal pressure was felt by the CTGs. And as the Anti-Terrorism Council issued resolutions designating CTG Central Committee members as terrorists, and the CPP, NPA, and NDF as terrorist organizations. Under the local peace engagement cluster, our mission is to assist in coming up with new guidelines and executive issuances in order to develop the policy framework and operational structure for the implementation of nationwide local peace engagements. And under the LPE cluster, a normalization program was forged with the Revolutionaryong Partidong Manggagawa ng Pilipinas, or the Revolutionary Proletarian Army, or the Alex Buncayao Brigade, or the RPMP, RPA-ABB. And similarly, peace dialogues were undertaken in Zamboanga Peninsula, Bataan, Aurora, and Bulacan. On the other hand, 85 former rebels and members of the Militia ng Bayan withdrew their support to the CTGs during the Aurora Peace Dialogue, and another 451 members of the Kadamay withdrew their support from the CTG during the Bulacan Peace Dialogue, and while the Gabriela Women's Party Bagak chapter in Bataan disaffiliated from the Gabriela Party List group. And for the ICLEP and Amnesty Program cluster, we intend to effectively implement the government's reintegration program for former rebels and their families as they return to the mainstream of our society. A total of 19,368 CTG members and supporters surrendered between July 2016 and August 2021. And 6,418 former rebels received financial assistance. 2,473 firearms surrendered with remuneration. And also 623 FRs were enlisted to the AFP, 66 as regular force, and 557 as CAFGO members. And while the PNP employed 192 former rebels, and other agencies such as the DTI, DSWD, DOLE, Land Bank of the Philippines, and CDA extended assistance to the FRs. And notably, the NHA provided housing assistance to 733 former rebels. And meanwhile, 26 halfway houses were completed. And for the Barangay Development Program, it is the flagship program of the task force, approved last January 6, 2020. 822 barangays cleared in 2016 to 2019 are now covered in the first batch of BDP implementation. And the BDP has 5 major programs, namely the Farm to Market Road, school buildings, water and sanitation, health stations, and livelihood. And 99% of the total budget was downloaded to the concerned city and provincial governments for the implementation of this program. And updates as shown. And in our interest in upholding the highest standards of transparency and accountability, the NTF-ELCAC has created its webpage and transparency portal for the public to be informed of this undertaking. And 187 AVPs are available at the official website of the task force at ntfelcac.org. And the National Task Force recommends the following course of actions to our member agencies or our ways ahead. First is to secure the current BDP projects against the CTG's propaganda efforts to discredit the program. The AFP and the PNP to protect the construction of the BDP projects and other critical infrastructure projects. And we are currently working on the fund allocation of the 1,406 barangays to be covered by the second batch of the BDP in 2022. And second is the distribution of more lands by DAR with agricultural extensions and support by DA and other agencies. And lastly is to broaden the conduct of local peace engagement that are nationally orchestrated, centrally directed, but locally supervised and implemented. And that ends my briefing. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas.
Ayun, thank you very much, Ms. Edison Rose Garcia, for enlightening us about the strategies and tactics of the communist recruitment in our country, which victimize numbers of young people. It is indeed a great help that through this forum, we could raise awareness to our dear youth and student leaders joining with us today. Also for sharing to us the whole nation approach of the NTF-LCAC, emphasizing the Ambition 2040, ending communism in our country. I believe that everyone really plays a significant role in ending communism. So hopefully all our youth will truly unite with this EO70, and together we can really work together and really achieve this dream that we have, and that is to really have peace, no, in our country. So once again, let's all give a virtual applause to Ms. Garcia for her presentation. Maraming salamat po. And yes, this time we will be moving on to the last session of this program, which is the session 6 on Peace Designers Training. Allow me to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Ronnie Sudusta. Currently, Mr. Ronnie Sudusta is the president of the International Association of Youth and Students for Peace in Asia Pacific Region 2, and also the director of HJ Youth Leadership Training International. Mr. Sudusta obtains his Bachelor of Philosophy, magna cum laude, at International Peace Leadership College and acquired Master in Theology at Chungshim Graduate School of Theology in South Korea. He completed the International Leadership Training course at the Universal Peace Academy, also in South Korea. He gave lectures and speeches, as well as conducted youth workshop and conferences in different countries such as the New Zealand, Palau, Korea, Thailand, Sri Lanka, Cambodia, and the Philippines. Everyone, please ready your pen and also your notes, as it will be needed in this session. So without further ado, let's welcome our speaker, Mr. Ronnie Sudusta, with a virtual applause.
Maraming salamat, Nikki Jerusalem. Magandang hapon po sa mga kabataang Pilipino, and to all our partner organizations today, DILG, NYC, NTF, LCAC, HOOCM. Isang napakalaking pribilehiyo po na makasama kayo sa hapong ito. Before I start, let me share some inspiring report from the IAYSP. Alam niyo po, the Youth and Students for Peace Sorsogon chapter was invited last November 26, 2021 of the Provincial Youth Development Office in Sorsogon for the recomposition of the Provincial Youth Development Council at the Sangguniang Panlalawigan Session Hall. Other youth organizations and youth serving organizations are also present in the council meeting. Our staff, Mr. Ronan Bias, were given a chance to introduce the YSP programs, our programs and activities. The Council approved that YSP Sorsogon chapter will be the main implementer on the Committee on Health, focusing on addressing the problem on teenage pregnancy and HIV/AIDS through our Pure Love education. The YSP Sorsogon chapter also was tasked together with the Sorsogon Youth for Peace to become the main youth organization who will implement programs on the Committee on Peace Building and Security. The inclusion of the Billion Trees Planting and Growing Project as one of the programs on Committee on Environment. Kaya nakaka-proud lang po talaga working with IAYSP. Alam niyo po, IAYSP is expanding. Modesty aside, yours truly were given the privilege to lead IAYSP in 20 nations. Bagamat ako po ay isang Pilipino. Here in Asia Pacific Region 2, which includes the Philippines that has 24 active chapters nationwide. It is not an exaggeration to share that we are one of the fastest growing international youth NGO in the world right now. We have submitted our application to the United Nations and is currently in the process of gaining recognition. Now let me talk about the next session. This is a call to action to all the youth attending this forum. Peace designers very well embraced and were given high praise by the participants of the recent RYFs. About 97%, let me repeat myself, 97% of our participants thought that peace designers will help them lead the youth and young leaders to give positive impact in their community. Bakit siya ganon? Please prepare your passion, prepare your ability, your advocacy, your heart, and your patriotism, and of course, your writing materials. This is your session. You design your own peace project. After you hear this session, if you think you and your community need the full, complete peace designer course, please do not hesitate to communicate and be partner with IAYSP Pilipinas. And should you be interested to grab a copy of my presentation, please support our cause by grabbing a copy of our Regional Youth Forum Lecture Manual. Mabuhay ang mga future peace designers na dumalo sa ating pagtitipon sa araw na ito. Advance Merry Christmas po. And tara na! Sama-sama tayong mag-design ng ating kapayapaan. Let's watch this.
97%.
Good day. Magandang araw sa inyong lahat. To all the participants of the Regional Youth Forum, welcome to one of the exciting session in our RYF. We called the Peace Designer Session. And today, my name is Ronnie Sudusta, and I am the president of International Association of Youth and Students for Peace, or IAYSP, leading 20 countries in Asia Pacific Region 2. Today, I'll be guiding you how to create a service project. But before anything else, I would want to once again reiterate or re-emphasize to everyone that the goal of this presentation is to teach the basic concepts of designing peace projects that will create a positive impact in your local community. And also, this will empower youth, kayong lahat na mga nakikinig today, to empower you, youth, to design peace project and to share your creative ideas to other young leaders. So, I hope you can get to feel joy as you attend this Peace Designer Session. And this is one of the brand project of IAYSP, alongside with a TED Talk form of speaking competition we called Synergy. Student ideas and energy. And then hopefully we can guide you to start your peace project. It's a package that IAYSP is bringing in order to empower young people around the world. Peace Designers Training, Synergy, Peace Project, the brand project of IAYSP. One of the good example of this one that I can share to each and every one of you is the first synergy that took place in Japan. This young man from Japan wins the competition. And ang pinropose niya that time was to plant moringa tree, or in our terminology, malunggay, otherwise known as the green milk miracle tree. Ang problema that he wants to solve is the climate change. He said there is an imbalance of carbon dioxide and oxygen in the world today, and we have to solve this one. In order to solve this one, we have to plant moringa trees. And then he said, 2 moringa trees equivalent to 23 trees of other kinds that emit carbon dioxide. So we need 15 billion tons of carbon dioxide around the world today in order to imbalance and give remedy, solution to our problem of climate change. Ano yung sabi niya? To be able to have this 15 billion tons, let's plant
10 billion moringa trees. And because of his research, because of his passion, winning the synergy competition, after that one, he traveled to different places around the world. One of which is Indonesia. 2008, they planted 5,500 trees of moringa in this forest in Indonesia. So they planted 5,500 trees. And you know what? Because of the passion of one young people who follow his skills, follow his passion, nagkaroon ng magandang positive outcome. They planted moringa tree in Indonesia, and then nung binalikan nila yon way back 2020 last year, nakita nila nagkaroon ng reforestation, as you can see. Nakita nila na ang malaking tulong nagagawa ng planting moringa tree, not just for the place itself, but around the world. Okay? And it does not stop there. After that one, he went to Benin and planted 20,000 moringa tree. Can you see? And then hindi doon natatapos. Nagpunta sila sa Cambodia. And then they planted 400 trees. And then according to these young people, it's time for young people to shine like rising stars. Let's plant trees. And we hope that we can empower each and every one of you to follow your passion, to make your passion, to turn your passion into something. Peace project that can help around the world. Today, you can do it. Believe me, through this Peace Designer Session. Okay? This is the Peace Designer Session. And I just want to tell everyone that, what is Peace Designer Session? Youth and Students for Peace offer a full-day seminar called The Peace Designer that teaches service project planning for youth and young adults. And participants can learn a different perspective on how sustainable peace can be created and identify your personal strength and passions that can be used to help address issues that are present in your local community. The seminar also will take the students or the participants in a step-by-step discussion, and we are providing mentoring and assistance in planning to make your peace project a reality together with wonderful team of young people. Originally, in a day of one or in a 2-day setup of Peace Designers training, workbooks are provided by the seminar speaker. However, because we only have 30 minutes today, I hope that you can utilize your writing pens and materials as I guide you in a step-by-step planning of your Peace Designer's idea. Participants can give their presentation on their project and have action steps ready for when, after this regional youth forum, you can work with your passion and you can share your passion to everyone, to the world. Thank you. Now, the next question, who should attend this Peace Designers training? The primary target audience are young adults ages 18 to 40. But anyone outside of the age range are welcome to participate. The seminar can also be customized to work with younger groups, providing a jumpstart for you to think about how they can contribute to their local community. It is a great opportunity for any group of young people, whether a club, sports team, church youth, or ministry group that want to create service project in their communities. That's why it's very important to attend this Peace Designers training. Now the question is, if you are a young person with ideas for community project but need a space to plan it out, kailangan nyo lang ng space, kailangan nyo lang ng environment, kailangan nyo lang ng tao who will support your passion, who will turn your passion into a peace project that you can enjoy and help the world at the same time. And you know what? Ang laki ninyo, napakaswerte ninyo because you are in the right place. In this Peace Designers training, we hope that you can meet with other young people. And we hope that your projects can be qualified to be submitted as peace project and help you, to give you an entry to participate in a worldwide youth speaking competition we call Synergy. Student Ideas and Energy. You can receive grants and gain support for the project. Later on, in a full Peace Designers training, we will teach you how to raise your funds. We will teach you how to host your peace project. We will further teach you how to make a powerful pitch so that you can give your very great presentation. Ang galing, di ba? Full pack, hatid ni IAYSP for all of you. And, to participate here, you can also receive Peacemaker Award, such as this award. Thank you. Or if you want to take things step a little further and became not just peace designer participant, but became a mentor like me to empower other young people, you are more than welcome to join us. This is the Peace Designer Seminar that took place around the world. This photo here is taken during the Peace Designers Training of YSP in USA. Apart from that one, we also have the Global Top Gun, wherein 700 young people around the world gathered in Korea, including us, okay, including me. And then we do the Peace Designers table there. Diba? Ang saya. So I hope you can get to meet other young people as you venture, as you take your journey as a youth leader, as a community leader in this Peace Designers Training. Ito yung mga Peace Designers Training na ginawa nila during the Top Gun. This one talks about reunification, having a new life, unification elevator. So ito yun siya. These are like yung mga Imagineer, okay? Those people who take a step further, use their imagination, use their passion to come up with a solution for a problem. Sana kayo din. We are encouraging you all to do these things. This one, and then took place in Global Top Gun. And you know what? It does not stop there. Thanks to IAYSP Pilipinas for bringing Peace Designers Training in the Philippines. Nakapag-conduct tayo ng mga mentors training and nakapag-conduct tayo ng Peace Designers Training to different youths here in the Philippines. Even though there is pandemic, hindi tumigil si Pilipinas YSP to bring Peace Designers Training to the young people. We had our Peace Designers online training. Kaya, join me. Palakpakan po natin si YSP Pilipinas. Yan, di ba? Eh, sa inyo, visual clap na lang. Thank you so much. Okay, so I want you now to get your pens and your writing materials because we are about to start and I will guide you so that you can have your own Peace Designers Training. Before that one, I just want to remind everyone, to share to everyone the definition of youth as defined by the UNESCO. UNESCO said, youth is best understood as a period of transition from the dependence of childhood to adulthood independence and awareness of our interdependence as members of community. We are interdependent with each other. That's why we really need to care to each other. Only when we care and only when we have the passion to solve other communities' problem, then we can bring positive impact and make this world a better place. There are 4 key steps in conducting Peace Designers Training. Number 1 is deciding on a peace project. And hindi na ako magpapatumpik-tumpik pa. Ito lang yung kaya kong ituro sa inyo today. Because of the given time, we only have 30 minutes. There are still 3 more key steps. I hope that you can take the full course of this Peace Designers Training para maituro namin isa-isa sa inyo. Okay? So we'll now go to the step 1, deciding on a peace project. But before that one, let's ask ourselves, ano ba yung peace project? Kailan natin masasabi na ang isang project is a peace project? IAYSP says, any project that brings peace within myself, peace with others, and peace with the environment can be considered as peace project. Why? Because YSP's perspective on peace and development is this one. Okay? Meron tayong kanya-kanyang idea about world peace, what world peace look like. Yung walang gyera, walang away, pamilya na buo, magkakasama, magulang, at saka anak. But for IAYSP, to be able to achieve world peace as we thought it is, there is a requirement. What is required for sustainable peace? IAYSP said, kailangan natin ng harmony. Now, there are 3 realms of harmony. Yung harmony within, it is when your mind and body are totally one, when you do not have an inch of conflict within yourself. Number 2 realms of harmony is harmony with others. When you and other people are in total harmony, walang hatred, walang plastikan, walang kahit na ano, kayo lang, in harmony with each other. And then the last is the harmony with the environment. When you and the environment become one. Okay? So to summarize that one, there are 3 peace and harmony in all 3 realms. Yung within myself, where my heart and actions are one, with others, with me and other people are one, and with the environment, me and the environment are not in conflict, but in total unity and harmony as we live together. Okay ba? Yun siya. And this is very much important. Because doing a peace project is not just doing for peace project alone. Kailangan natin ng underlying principle. There should be a motivation why you are doing your peace project. Yun ang sinasabi ni IAYSP. That's why the goal of Peace Designer is to empower young people, to empower each and every one of you who are confidently writing your Peace Designers now to design a project that having peace with yourself, peace with other people, and peace with the environment. Importante po yun. Okay? Now, are you ready? Okay, so the first step in determining your peace project in the Peace Designers training is to determine our strength and skills. I will ask our technical to flash a 2-minute timer as we determine. Okay? Yan, so nagsisimula na po. Now, what are my strengths and skills? You have to look deep within yourself. Ano ba yung strength ko? Ano ba yung skills ko? You have to capitalize on that one. You have to work on that one. That is the basis of the peace project. These are some of the skills that we can do. Multitasking, maybe you are good in communication, you are good in organizational skills, critical thinking, or interpersonal perhaps. And some of the strength that you have in you, maybe you are good as a leader. You have a leadership skills. And you are good in upholding your values. You are a successful leader. You are good. Your career is good. That one. So you have to write it there. Okay? And then one of the other thing that I would want you to write is your passions. What are your passions? Your passion can be drawing. Your passion can be in coffee, drinking coffee, traveling, exercising, sports, and piano, family, sewing, anon. Or others, you can write, you are passionate about religion, Jesus. You can passionate about decorating your room, passionate about pets, lovely pets and animals. You can passionate about craftsmanship. You can passionate about makeup, ganon, or basketball, sports, and other things. Okay? So I hope you can write this one in your paper. Okay, so meron na lang tayong less than 20 seconds, I believe. So please write it there. Sulat nyo na habang sumasayaw ako ng kung ano-ano lang, TikTok, ganon. Okay? Malapit na ba? Kaya nyo? Tapusin nyo na? Yon. Okay? And I hope that you get to enjoy your passion. You get to follow your skills. And time's up! Okay, so yun po. Please determine your passion, your strength, and then tignan nyo mabuti. Okay? And then, actually, try to look in the paper that you have listed your passion and your strength. The words there are your strength. There are your skills. There are your passion. It is when you are engaging, when you are doing these things, you feel you are alive inside. You feel you are at your best. And therefore, not in conflict. Instead, having peace within yourself. Grab that passion, grab that skills, grab that strength, and use it so you can improve yourself and you can bring positive impact in the society. Okay? And then, I hope that you can use this passion so you can bring peace with other people and you can bring peace with the environment. Okay, moving forward, I would like to give you some examples of peace project. One is the Hip Hop Dance Praise nonprofit in Portugal, wherein this young man over here founded out of a problem. He can see the problem of out of school youth in their community, and then nakita nila yung passion nila sumayaw. Okay, magaling sila sa hip hop, nandoon lahat. And he capitalized on that one. His passion for hip hop and the problem of out of school youth, pinagsama niya yon. And then he could come up with a hip-hop praise dance profit in Portugal, which gained national interest. He was interviewed in a national television having such a successful passion hip-hop praise dance. And then, balik tayo sa Pilipinas, yung isang friend ko, si Ceris Glynn, okay, nag-start siya ng isang NGO making a kinship with the indigenous or Maki. Ito yung he is taking care our IPs, yung mga Aita natin sa Bataan, tinitake care niya using his passion, using his skills. Kaya nakapagawa siya ng isang peace project. Okay? And then the next one that I would want to share to everyone is a bye-bye plastic from young people in Bali, Indonesia who share their passion and concern over plastic problems. And let's watch this.
Hey Bali! Are we actually going to be plastic bag free by 2018? I'm Malati. And I'm Isabel. We're sisters and founders of Buy My Plastic Bag. For the past 5 years, we've been on a mission to make Bali plastic bag free. Here's a quick recap of what has happened. In 2014, we signed an MOU with the governor of Bali, agreeing that we would work together to ask the people of Bali to say no to plastic bags by Jan 2016. In 2015, Bapak Mangku Plastika signed a Surat Edaran announcing Bali's commitment to be plastic-free by 2018. We celebrated these commitments made by the governor, and we've shared them all around the world. From TED Global in London to the United Nations in New York, Isabel and I have spoken at numerous events in front of thousands of government officials and stakeholders. Not to mention that our videos have been shared and viewed by 12 million people from all around the world. So, here we are, less than 2 months away from 2018. The world is watching. So now what? We believe an easy first step to reducing plastic waste is to implement a paying for plastic policy, which is exactly what we suggested to all of Bali's Bupatis and Nelha earlier this year at one of our stakeholder meetings. And while it was well received and given support, there has been a lack of follow-through. It seems that everybody is pointing fingers waiting for someone else to take action. Why? We wanted to get to the bottom of this, so we looked into the possible barriers. Could it be a legal barrier? No. We know that Bali has the authority and the autonomy to start charging for plastic bags. The local government can formulate their own regulation based on Act Number 18 of 2008 and Act Number 81 of 2011. Plus, the mayor of Banjarmasin has already completely banned plastic bags since 2016, so we know that this is possible. Is it impractical or too expensive? Well, if 40 other countries have already applied bans, taxes, and levies on plastic bags, it must be practical. It actually makes good economic sense for Bali to do it, which is what the Bali Bupatis and the JLH agreed to when they signed the Surat Dukungan, stating that plastic costs more to the economy and society than it provides. Take tourism, for example. A recent study estimates that Bali's tourism industry loses revenue of about $53 million each year due to the pollution of plastic bags alone. So if it's not a legal or cost barrier, could it be because there's no support from the public? No way! We know this from our 5 years of campaigning, from the 100,000 people that have signed our petition to the 15,000 individuals that have cleaned up Bali's beaches with us, and from the 200 plus retailers on Bali that have already said no to plastic bags. So, what are we waiting for? If it's legally possible, practical, economically beneficial, and the public is ready, let's implement a paying for plastic policy now. We're asking the Bali government to follow through on their commitments, to take action, and to make Bali plastic bag free by 2018. Bali, ayo! Kita bisa!
And of course, credit goes to the owner of the video. As you can see, when you follow your passion, when you're having concern in a certain advocacy, in a certain project, you will never imagine when your passion can bring you. Maybe it can bring you to London, in TED Talk, it can bring you in different places. But you have to trust in yourself. You have to trust in your passion. You have to trust in your skills, okay? Next question, why should I volunteer? In this one, they said volunteering is very good for your health. It gives you less stress, it gives you purpose, and it gives you engagement to civic society. Kaya po, it's very important to go out of yourself and volunteer out there. And let's take things further. Do not just volunteer. Start your own peace project. Peace Designers Training. And for us, Peace Designers Training can give you leadership. It can give integrity and beauty to your resume. Imagine, you can start a peace project out of your skills. This is something that people, the world needs. Many CEO needs, your leadership. And we hope that you can find any of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by the United Nations that will connect to your Peace Designers idea. The next step in Peace Designers Training is to identify a problem. There are many problems in the world today. The problems of hunger, poverty, hatred, the problems of violence, the problems of lack of education, women empowerment, But we are urging you to choose only one. Okay? Maraming problems sa mundo, pero I'm telling you, hindi mo kayang solve lahat. Youth as we are, but we can focus on one thing. No matter how small or big it is, if we put our passion, I believe we can turn it into a solvable problem, rather, I should say. Okay, in the Philippines, alam nyo, malaki ang problem natin sa mga batang ina or teenage pregnancy. If you want to solve that one, then you have to write it in your Peace Designers Training. Or the team of this Regional Youth Forum Okay, yung ano natin, deceptive recruitment. If you think you are very much affected sa mga tao that is deceptively recruited by the Reds, then you have to act on it. Narinig ninyo yung mga iyak, yung mga iyak, dalangin ng mga nanay, ng mga na-recruit na mga bata para umakyat sa bundok at magrebelyon sa gobyerno. If you think you want to help them, you want to help that there will be no mother who will cry, then you have to write that in your peace designers training. Pagtulungan po natin, kaya nating lahat to. Okay? There are 3 steps in peace designers training. Yung pinakauna, you have to write your workbooks, in yung case ninyo, your paper. And then yung pangalawa, you have to share it with other people. Kaya nga kapag nasa offline tayo or yung live, I would want to encourage you to speak. And then number 3 is to share your peace designers idea sa harap ng maraming tao. Ito yun siya originally. Okay? Now, there are different steps. One is the problem that you want to address. You have to write only one problem. And then next, how to use your strength and passion to solve this problem. Kailangan yung gawin yan. And then, paano natin masasabing peace project yung ginawa natin? And then lastly, which SDGs is your project connected to? You have to write it. Okay, this is the Peace Designers Training. And for now, I'll be guiding you in what we call 4-position foundation framework. This is very important to do your peace designers idea. Okay? It should be centered on peace perspective and our values. Kagaya na sinabi natin kanina, 3 realms of harmony. And then, these young people here, such an example of peace designers, meron siyang passion sa skateboard. Nakita niya yung problem to support disaster areas in their community. Through this 4-position foundation framework, intindihin natin ano yung ginawa niya. Okay? Kinumbine niya yung skateboard at saka yung support ng disaster area. And then he could come up with a brilliant idea of starting a skateboard event in support to the disaster area. Doon sila nag-skateboard. And all the proceeds of this one, ibinigay nila sa community, nakatulong sila. Okay? Another example of a 4-position foundation framework in myself. During my peace designers training in Korea, I choose my passion on coffee and life sharing. Kaya kong dumaldal kahit buong araw. Yon. We were talking about life. And I am so much affected by anxiety, by mental health. Yung mga taong nagsisuicide, bakit sila nagsisuicide? Yung mga taong may depression, yung mga tao na may mental health problem, umiiyak na lang na hindi nila alam yung dahilan. Pinagdaanan ko po yan and I want to solve that one. And through this 4-position foundation framework, I created my own peace designers training. Ano yun? Hanbok Cafe. Hanbok is a Korean term which means happiness. Less lonely people in the world. That's the theme of my peace designers idea. Yun, pinagsama-sama natin yung passion at saka yung problema, then we can come up with a solution. Yun. And I hope we can start your own peace designer session as well. Napaka-importante po to utilize your strength to solve a problem kasi kaya natin. You just need people who will empower you and nandito kami. IAYSP is here, NYC is here, okay? And then the next part is to choose a team project. Actually, I need to guide you on this one, okay? So that you can create a very full of impact and powerful team project name. Later on, I will guide you. So, deciding on peace project, na-decide na natin. And I hope you can look in your paper. You can create your own 4-position foundation framework because malaking importante yun siya that you can realign your peace designers training. This is from the website, Peace Designers website of Korea YSP. I just want to share one thing here kasi medyo na-touch ako. Ano yung sabi doon? Meet a small challenge and make a great change. If you young people in Regional Youth Forum can make a small challenge to step out of yourself, to step up your game by designing your peace project and offering it to your community, we can create a big change in our country, the Philippines. Ano yung sabi ng ating national hero, Jose Rizal? Where are the young who must dedicate their roseate hours, their illusions and enthusiasm to the good of the country? We await you. Oh, youth, come. We await you. Nasaan kayong mga bata? Okay? Who will offer your strength, your skills, your time, your passion for the betterment of this country? Please come out. We are waiting for you. The country is waiting for you. I hope kayo po yun. Okay? So, what's the start of everything? Join us. And you know what? Sabi ni Dr. Linus, The best way to have a good idea is to have a lot of ideas. Imagine, if there are 200 young people who are here attending this regional youth forum, working on their passion, creating a peace project, then there will be 200 solutions who will come out of today regional youth forum to solve 200 problems in the Philippines, ng barangay ninyo, ng community ninyo. Can this be the change? Yes. Okay? And you do not have to be a youth leader. Even you're just a youth that is passionate about yourself, and you want to solve problem, then we can start with you. Plus factor kapag SK ka. Plus factor if you are working in LYDO, because you have the avenue to make a great impact in the community. Please use your talent, invest in your own skills, invest in your uniqueness. Let me share this, the founder, Reverend Dr. San Myang Moon's word on his autobiography. He said, to be a global leader, a person must think of the world's problem as his own and have the pioneering spirit that is needed for finding difficult solutions. To become a global leader, a person must consider the whole world to be his country and all humanity to be his brothers and sisters. For the purpose of the Regional Youth Forum, we are talking about the Patriotic Youth. For IAYSP, what is Patriotic Youth? Patriotic Youth is the one who is working with his passion, who is working with his skills, and give solution to a problem. A patriotic youth have a pioneering spirit to solve difficult problems. And kaya natin gawin lahat yon. Okay, you are not alone. We are here. IAYSP is here. NYC is here. NTF, LCAC, HHOCM, and other NGOs is here. Working to empower you to invest in yourself and create a powerful peace designers training. So we are encouraging you to be a certified peace designer, or just like me, peace designers trainer or mentor. What's the first step of everything? Go to IAYSP Pilipinas page. I-click nyo po yung IAYSP Pilipinas page and kulitin nyo sila. Okay? I want to be a peace designer. I want to save my passion, to use my passion. Please. Okay? Have a peace designers training sa barangay namin. Okay? Please have peace designers training sa city namin, sa municipality namin, so we can empower young people, students. Okay? Para makagawa ng solution. And then, yung mga, selfie ninyo, share to us your peace designers idea by going to the Facebook page of YSP Pilipinas and share your idea. Sabihin nyo kung anong idea ninyo, kung ano yung problem, ano yung passion ninyo, then we are more than willing to guide you all. Okay? Okay ba yun? Sana may natutunan kayo. And you can come to our website, to our Instagram, or you can contact us via email. If there is a voice that is telling you to take the step further, listen to it. You know you want it. And I know, we know you want it. Brothers and sisters in the Philippines, Patriotic Youth is the one who's used his passion to come up with a solution to a one problem in the Philippines. Maraming salamat po. This is the Peace Designers Training. This is the IAYSP embracing you all, empowering you to use your talent, to use your skills, and together, let's make this world a better place. Let's make the Philippines a world full of young, talented people who invest in their uniqueness and give solution to our problem. Maraming salamat po. This is the Peace Designer session, and hope to meet you all in a further training. Thank you so much and magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay po ang mga patriotic youth na nag-attend ng Regional Youth Forum in today's session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ronnie Sudusta, for that very passionate and engaging presentation. I believe our young leaders from the National Capital Region with us today were really inspired, and also they already have the basic knowledge how to start designing their envisioned peace projects. So once again, thank you very much, Sir Ronnie, for sharing with us your expertise in peace designing. Given the presentation of Sir Ronnie earlier, I would like to take the opportunity as well to share one of the results of the Peace Designers Training here in the Philippines. So last April 17, 2021, The IAYSP International Headquarters hold the YSP World Assembly in a global scale, and Ms. Rica B. Marfil from the Philippines was hailed as the world champion for the very first time of this synergy competition. And currently, Ms. Rica Marfil and her team is currently on the process of realizing their project in their municipality of in Kamalig, Albay. And also, just last September 21, 2021, we also successfully held the national synergy competition here in the Philippines, and our winners were now also preparing to compete for the Asia Pacific competition. So basically, this is one of the results that we have in our peace designers training. So we encourage and also look forward for our young people all over the Philippines, and particularly for all those joining here with us this time to also participate for our upcoming activities with regards to this project. So with that, once again, let's all give a virtual round of applause to Mr. Ronnie Sudusta for his presentation. Maraming salamat po. And yes, moving on, this time, our participants from the attendees room will be transferred dito po sa ating panelist room so that you could be able to utilize some of the tools here sa ating Zoom, and also you can enable your camera. So our technical team, please help our participants be transferred sa ating panelist room. And sa lahat po yung mga andyan po sa ating attendees room, kindly click yung allowing the invitation. Please accept the invitation to be transferred so that you could be able to enable yung camera nyo later para sa ating closing program. And yes, in this moment, we will be watching the IAYSP Pilipinas video presentation. So to know more about IAYSP's program, so maybe in the future we could also work together and collaborate with one another in this endeavor that we have. So let's all watch this video.
1, 2, 3.
Peace-loving,
no value,
bridging gaps towards sustainable peace. 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 Peace.
Ayun, so once again, that is IAYSP Pilipinas. Maraming salamat sa inyong panonood sa ating video. And this time, we will be having our evaluation survey for our day 2 of this Regional Youth Forum. So once again, you will be given 3 minutes to answer all the details asked to you. So this will serve once again as your attendance in order to claim your certificate. So please answer all the details needed and also ask so that we could be able to release your certificate later on. So technical team, let's start the 3-minute countdown. Thank you very much for answering the Day 2 evaluation survey for this Regional Youth Forum. Now we have come to an end for this Regional Youth Forum in the National Capital Region. We truly appreciate our dear participants for staying with us until the end. Thank you very much for spending your time, no? Lalong-lalo na it's weekend, and effort in listening to our distinguished speakers, and hopefully you really learned something from the presentations. Ayun, so in this moment, narinig na natin yung lahat ng ating mga speakers, mga presentations, and also yung sagot ng ating mga panelists during the Q&A, no, sa inyong mga queries. So in this moment, we will be hearing some responses from the representatives of different part ng NCR. So basically they are chosen sa National Capital Region na part to represent. So in this time, I would like to invite the SK Federation President of the City of Mandaluyong, Honorable Errol Cedric Mangaliag, for his synthesis. Yes, Sir Errol, andito po ba kayo?
Yes po, good afternoon po.
Ayun. So, welcome po and thank you for being with us.
Okay, first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers and speakers and participants of this Regional Youth Forum. It is very timely for us young leaders to be inculcated with the seminar regarding our role in patriotic nation building. In this time of election and changes in our government, we should advocate leaders in which we share same ideals on how our country will become better. So let me borrow some words from our famous scientist, Albert Einstein. I quote, "Peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by peace and understanding." End quote. Peace is something that can be both very simple yet complex. Simple in a way that it can be achieved basically by using one of our senses, which is listening or hearing. If we listen with not only with our ears, but with our hearts and minds, we can build connection to our fellow young people. As part of the government, it is important for us to listen to the people that we serve in a constructive way. Peace and nation building cannot be achieved by force and violence. It will only cause the opposite of it. So we should always keep an open ears, an open mind, and open hearts for us to be able to lend our hands to our fellow youth and build a better nation for the future generations. Basta sama-sama, kayang-kaya nating lahat. Thank you.
Ayun, maraming salamat, Honorable Errol Cedric Mangaliag. Once again, the SK Federation President of the City of Mandaluyong. So once again, let's all give him a virtual applause. And yes, for the second one who will give his synthesis for this two-day Regional Youth Forum is the Youth Development Officer 3 and also the Acting Operations Chief of the Manila Youth Development and Welfare Bureau. Let's welcome to the virtual room, Mr. Avelino Rivera. Let's all give him a virtual applause.
I would like to thank all the panelists and the speakers, the resource person. It's timely yung binigay nilang lectures, lalong-lalo na ngayon na ang mga kabataan nalulure po doon sa sinasabi natin, radicalism. My synthesis is about yung nasabi nga natin na ang buong araw, dalawang araw na tayo tumutukoy about the truth about the communism. And the first place that yung tinatawag na ano ba yung teoryang bumabalot sa komunismo, yung tinatawag natin absolute materialism, the law of diameter, dialectical and historical materialism, and the man as a product of his environment. Mas napalalim pa nga ito nung pagtalakay doon sa ano nga ba yung pamalit sa komunismo bilang ng kapitalismong sistema. Yung sinasabi natin na pagkakamali ni Marx na tumuon sa tinatawag na economic determinism, yung patuloy na sinasabing class struggle, at yung dinalakay po na alienation of labor, na yung mga isang batayan na sinasabi nila para magtagumpay o masabi nga nila na nagaano ang isang ng komunismo. And malinaw din na sinabi yung ano ba yung salalay na sistema komunismo na sinasabi ng economic alienation is the cause of evil, changing economic system brings regeneration of man. Ito yung sa pamamagitan ng pagtingin sa tinatawag na historical materialism. Elimination of private party brings ideal society of the utopia. Tinitingnan kasi no mula sa sinasabi nga na primitive communal, binabalik na naman ito doon sa sistema primitive communal, which is the sinasabi ng utopia na kung saan magkapanay-patay ang lahat. At ang pananaw ng komunismo ay sinasabing na sa worldview o iba't ibang uri ng komunismo po dito sa Pilipinas Ang unang komunismo na nangyari po ay yung 1930s, nilalapat tarok na kung saan ito yung tinatawag Partido Komunista ng Pilipinas Soviet. At yung ngayon, yung tinatawag nating komunismo pinagbabatayan ng Marxismo-Leninismo. At kasi pang Mao Zedong na 1969 ng Jose Maria Sison. At yung pangatlo po na hindi natalakay, ngunit kasulukuyan yatang may pag-usap ang ating NTF-ELCAC, yung Marxismo-Leninismo na may teorya ng Nicaragua, ang tinatawag na insurrectionism. Ito ay sa pamamagitan ng pamumuno ng Proletarian Revolutionary Partido na itinatag ng dating Popoy Lagman at ni Quintanar. Yung mga marami po kasi mga ideolohiya na nagbubungguan dito, no, naganap ito nung nakaraan na ng 1990s, yung tinatag na ideological debacle. Na maraming salamat at may mga taong patuloy na nag-expose tungkol dito at mayroong mga counter proposals na kung saan nakikita yung kapayapaan at hindi revolusyon yung natatanging sagot para sa atin na doon sa nasabi nga natin sa kahirapan na nararanasan ng ating mga kababayan. Gayon din isang eye-opener na makita ng mga kabataan na kung saan hindi lamang, sabi nga na kasi natin kaya nalulur sila dun sa sinasabing aktivismo o sa radikalismo dahil yun sa enthusiasm, sa kanyang kuryosidad at sa idealismo na makatulong sa bayan. At sabi nga kinakailangan talagang mapatatag natin ang ating pamilya na kung saan dito magiging pundasyon upang mapanatili natin ang tinatawag nating lasting peace. At higit sa lahat, isang magandang pagpapakita yung sinasabi natin yung Peace Designers Project na kung saan maipapakita nito at yung mapapalawak pa nito yung iba't ibang konsepto kung paano maisagawa ang mga proyekto na nakabatay sa kapayapaan. At yun lamang po ang aking masasabi at maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Yes, indeed, a very comprehensive synthesis, no, on this two-day Regional Youth Forum. Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Avelino Rivera from the Manila Youth Development and Welfare Bureau. Thank you very much for that synthesis. And yes, our theme for this Regional Youth Forum is the role of patriotic youth in nation building. And I hope no sa mga lecture presentations na ating napakinggan simula kahapon at sa ngayon, hopefully that our young people from the National Capital Region have really revived that kind of spirit of patriotism, loving to our once loved to our country. So in this moment, we will be having our pledge of allegiance to the Philippine flag. However, before that, first let us watch this video, and later on, Miss LMA Perez, who will lead the pledge, will give you the instructions what to do. So yes, later we will be welcoming her, and also please follow her instructions. So as of this moment, let us first watch this video.
Ako'y All right. Again, good afternoon to everyone, especially to our distinguished speakers and guests, and to all our youth leaders from NCR and even some parts of our region in our country. So this time, it is for us naman, no, mga kabataan from who are joining for this regional youth forum sa NCR. So we encourage everyone, since all of us are able na to open our video, hoping na even though we are doing this virtually, but at least we could see each other. So hoping na you could open your camera and you can unmute also your microphone. So in our pledge, no, sa ating panunumpa, we could hear each other. Okay, hoping na nakapag-open na kayo ng camera, we could open our camera, we could utilize our tools, no? And you can unmute also your microphone. And my instruction is repeat after me. Ayan, sabay-sabay kayo, pero ako ang mauuna. Okay, para mas maganda. Okay? So, this is, okay, wait lang. Okay. So, panunumpa sa watawat ng Pilipinas. So, let's raise our right hand. So, itaas natin ang ating kanang kamay. Ayan. So, again, repeat after me. Okay? Let's ready? Okay, go. Panunumpa sa watawat ng Pilipinas.
Panunumpa sa watawat ng Pilipinas.
Ako ay Pilipino.
Ako ay Pilipino.
Buong katapatang nanunumpa.
Buong katapatang nanunumpa.
Sa watawat ng Pilipinas.
Sa watawat ng Pilipinas.
At sa bansang kanyang sinasagisag.
At sa bansang kanyang sinasagisag.
Na may dangal.
Na may dangal.
Katarungan.
Katarungan.
At kalayaan.
At kalayaan.
Na pinakikilos ng sambayanang.
Na pinakikilos ng sambayanang.
Makadiyos.
Makadiyos.
Makakalikasan.
Makakalikasan.
Makatao at makabansa.
Makatao at makabansa.
Maraming salamat, and again, congratulations for finishing our Regional Youth Forum here in NCR region. So congratulations. So I'll bring back the virtual stage to Ms. Nikki.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Elamay Perez. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Elamay Perez, for leading our pledge of allegiance to our Philippine flag, and of course sa lahat ng ating patriotic youth, no, na nag-participate sa ating pledge. So once again, ito ang simula, no, ng ating alam ko naman na lahat tayo ay may pagmamahal, no, sa ating bansa, pero siguro in sort of ways, no, sa iba't ibang paraan. Pero in this time, let's all be united in loving our country and also in really pursuing this path to peace. So once again, congratulations sa lahat, and thank you for staying with us until the end. No? Despite the fact na nag-overtime na tayo, pero andito pa rin kayo. So yan ay isang katandaan ng pagmamahal sa ating bansa. So bigyan natin, no, ang ating mga sarili ng isang masigabong palakpakan. Maraming salamat, and yes, this is the last day of the regional youth forums, no, that we have conducted a series of regional youth forums all over the Philippines in 17 regions. And yes, it was a really long journey, no, from the month of May until November. And still, ang ating mga speakers, no, ang ating mga leaders, both from our partners, from, of course, the National Youth Commission, the Hands Off Our Children movement, the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict, the National Security Council, the Department of Interior and Local Government Unit, and of course, sa lahat ng LGUs, no, all over the Philippines na naging partners the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Philippine National Police, and sa ibang sector pa ng government na nag-support talaga sa programang ito. It has really been a long journey, and of course, sa lahat ng mga sangguniang kabataan, local youth development officers, and sa lahat ng youth organizations, youth-serving organizations na naging parte ng Regional Youth Forum, we are truly thankful sa mga efforts na ginawa ninyo in order for this program to be possible. And hopefully talaga that we can continuously move forward for the sake of peace, and of course for the sake of the future of our youth dito sa ating bansa. So sa muli, maraming salamat for staying with us until the end. And in this moment, we will be hearing messages of support and also congratulatory messages sa ating mga partners. And first I would like to invite the National Capital Region Police Office of the Philippine National Police, Police Major General Vicente D. Danao Jr. to give his congratulatory message. Let's all welcome him with a virtual applause.
To the Chairman of the International Association of Youth Students for Peace, Mr. Leo Halog, the Cluster Head of the National Youth Commission of Region 4A, 4B, and NCR, Mr. Armando V. Angeles, distinguished guests, our participants for today's activity, mapagpalang araw po sa inyo lahat. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate International Association of Youth and Students for Peace Pilipinas in partnership with the National Youth Commission for the success of this meaningful event entitled the Regional Youth Forum for NCR Region with the theme, The Role of Patriotic Youth in Nation Building. Undoubtedly, the PNP plays a vital role in serving and protecting the Filipino people. Thus, the National Capital Regional Police Office has remained steadfast in its intensified campaign against illegal drugs, crime prevention, and ending communist insurgency. Unfortunately, it is a fact that the youth are noticeably the vulnerable targets and the helpless victims of this insurgency. In this regard, we are maximizing all our means to reach and save the young generation of our future. Here in NCRPO, we have launched operations, programs, and projects which focuses mainly to counter the enemy's operation such as recruitment, exploitation, radicalization, and among other activities of the communist terrorist group. However, your part in this endeavor is significant. Your role in soliciting and establishing youth support against our enemy is indispensable to save the peace and order. Your ability to lead your subordinates and guide them is necessary for order, to save, ensure for a brighter future of our younger generation. Being the next patriotic leaders of this society, your impact will greatly help not only your generation, but the country as a whole. On that note, I expect for a more stronger partnership with NCRPO with the purpose of saving our youth from the leftist ideologies. I hope thousands of activities like this would mushroom all over Metro Manila. And collectively, we can protect our young people against the dangers of deception and recruitment of the communism. Time and again, I fervently hope to provide every citizen of Metro Manila a safer and better place to live, work, and do business. So I enjoin each and every one for this continuous support and cooperation in this endeavor. Let us work in synergy for the realization of lasting and sustainable peace and development. Again, my congratulations, mabuhay kayo, and keep it up.
Thank you very much, Police Major General Vicente Danao Jr. for that congratulatory message. And yes, moving on, this time we will be listening to the closing remarks of the National Youth Commission, Cluster Head of Region 4A, Region 4B, and also the National Capital Region. Let's welcome to the virtual stage Mr. Armando V. Angeles Jr. Let's all give him a virtual applause.
Hello, magandang hapon. Magandang hapon sa ating lahat. Clear po ba ako?
Yes, sir.
Ayan,
Clear po.
sige. So isang mapagpalang araw sa ating lahat, isang magandang mahabang hapon, magandang weekend para sa lahat po ng mga nandito ngayon. Gusto ko pong simulan ang aking closing message sa pamamagitan po ng isang quote na sinabi po, quotation na sinabi po quote ko lang po si Attorney Alex Lacson, ng author ng isang libro na ng 12 little things that every Filipino youth or Filipinos can do to help our country. So sabi niya, every Filipino, wherever she or he may be in our archipelago, is part of the solution. Okay, so tulad niya, naniniwala din ako na tayong lahat ay nagnanais na maging bahagi ng solusyon at maging makabuluhang mamamayan ng ating bayan. Actually, lahat tayo ay naghahangad ng masagana at mapayapang pamayanan. Gusto natin na ang paligid na ating ginagalawan ay may pagkakaisa, may pag-unlad, at malayang nakakagalaw sangayon sa pinag-uutos ng ating batas. Sa kabilang dako, mayroon din tayong mga kapatid na pareho sa ating mga hangarin. Dangan nga lamang ang kanilang pamamaraan para makamit ito ay lumalagpas sa itinatakda ng batas at umahantong sa pagkawasak ng pagkakaisa. Tandaan natin na ang pagiging bahagi ng solusyon sa mga problema ng ating bayan ay nangangahulugan din naman ng ating pagpapasakop sa batas. Ang sabi ni Aristotle, the salvation of the community should be the common business of good citizens. Ano nga ba yung mga pinakanagustuhan ko sa Regional Youth Forum na to? Una, tinuturuan tayo ng tamang paraan para mahalin ang ating bayan. Pangalawa, sinasabi rin sa atin dito na tayong mga tao hindi lamang may material na katawan. Bahagi rin pala ng ating pagkatao ay ang ating buhay espiritual. Pangatlo, ipinapaalala sa atin na napakahalaga sa atin bilang mga Pilipino ang pagmamahal sa ating pamilya. Yung una, yung pagmamahal sa bayan. So dapat ito ay nakabatay sa prinsipyo ng pagkakaisa at pagbabahagi ng talino at kakayahan upang makatulong sa pag-unlad ng bayan. Bilang mga kabataan, napakarami ninyong pwedeng maiambag sa pag-unlad. Bakit? Sapagkat nasa inyo ang lahat ng lakas, ng panahon, ng oras, ng talino at kakayahan at imahinasyon na mapabuti ang mundo na inyong dinatnan. Maraming paraan para maipakita ang pagmamahal natin sa ating bayan. Hindi mo na kinakailangan pumunta sa lansangan at itaas ang iyong kamao at ipagsigawan ang iyong mga karapatan. At hindi na rin kailangan umakyat sa bundok at humawak ng armas, sa paniniwalang ito ang magiging solusyon sa problema ng bayan. Ang sabi ni St. Francis de Sales, bloom where you are planted. So meaning, you should take advantage of the opportunities you have in your life and be grateful for the present situation. Kung ikaw ay isang estudyante sa mga oras na ito, then bloom where you are planted. Pag-igihan mo, samantalahin mo ang pagkakataon na matuto at mag-ipon ng kaalaman at gamitin ito para makatulong sa bayan at sa inyong pamilya. Alalahanin ninyo na ang daming kabataan ang nangangarap na makapag-aral, subalit dahil sa kasalatan sa buhay ay naipagkait ito sa kanila. May you study hard and educate yourself, because your generation will live in times more difficult than our generation. Your generation will become more and more scientific, more technology-based, information-based, and knowledge-based. The population growth, the scarcity of resources, the availability of work or business opportunities, all these and more will make your generation more difficult than all previous generations. Education is empowerment in the truest sense of the word. It is the greatest equalizer in life. Remember this, if you are educated, even if you are poor, the high and the mighty will listen to you. If you are educated, even if you are poor, the most powerful of men will think 100 times before violating your rights and liberties. May you study hard and educate yourself, because if you do so, you become part of the solution. At kung ikaw ay isang kabataan na kabilang sa lingkod bayan, gamitin mo ang katungkulang yan para maihatid ang mga serbisyong nararapat para sa iyong mga pinaglilingkuran. Iwasan mo ang self-serving mentality. Ingatan mong mabahira ng iyong posisyon, sapagkat ang mga kabataan ay naghahanap ng mga makabagong bayani na kanilang tutularan. Sabi nga 'di ba nung awitin sa intermission number kahapon, ikaw ang maging liwanag sa dilim. Sunod yung pagmamahal natin sa ating pamilya, family. So gusto kong bigyan ng kahulugan para sa inyo, sa inyong mga kabataan, ang ibig sabihin ng family. F-A-M-I-L-Y. Father and Mother, I love you. Napakahalaga nito para sa ating mga Pilipino. Ibang-iba tayong mga Pinoy pagdating sa pagpapahalaga sa pamilya. Subalit, habang nagkakaroon naman tayo ng sarili nating pag-iisip, ng sarili nating mga desisyon, bakit kaya unti-unti rin nating nakakalimutan yung mga sakripisyo na ginagawa ng ating mga magulang? Sa kagustuhan nating maging malaya at makagawa ng mga bagay na gusto natin, nakakalimutan natin ang kanilang mga pangaral. At sa bandang huli, nasasaktan na pala natin ang kanilang damdamin. So nakita at napanood ninyo yung video kahapon, yung mga ibinahaging kwento ng mga magulang na na-recruit ng mga NPA. Sana huwag ninyong iparana sa inyong mga magulang ang ganong nakamamatay na emosyon. Siguradong sigurado ako na makikipagpatayan tayo kung sakaling sasaktan ng ibang tao ang ating mga magulang, di ba? Itatayan natin ang sarili nating buhay para sa ating mga magulang. Pero gusto nyo bang malaman kung sino talaga ang nagbibigay ng sama ng loob at nakakapasakit ng damdamin ng ating mga magulang? Pagkatapos natin ito, humanap kayo ng salamin. At yung unang mukha na inyong makikita, yun ang suspect. Sapagkat madalas tayo rin ang nagbibigay ng dahilan para maging malungkot ang ating mga magulang. At tandaan natin na ang daming mga magulang ang nawala sa mundong ito na mayroong bitbit na pag-aalala at sama ng loob sa kanilang mga anak. At huwag naway papahintulot ng Diyos na babawian sila ng buhay na may sama sila ng loob sa kanilang mga anak. And lastly, huwag nating kakalimutan na mayroon tayong Diyos na nakakakita sa lahat ng ating mga ginagawa. Kasama na ang lahat ng ating mga lihim, kilala niya kung sino tayo, alam niya ang ating mga pagluha at mga kagalakan, ang ating mga kabiguan at tagumpay, ang ating mga kahinaan at kalakasan. Alam niya rin ang ating pagkatakot at pangamba. At anuman ang mga pinagdadaanan mo sa puntong ito ng iyong buhay, umasa ka na hindi ka nawaglit kahit isang saglit sa kanyang paningin. Kaya't anuman ang paniniwala mo, paano mo man siya kinikilala, huwag na huwag mong kakalimutan na sa bandang huli, sa kanya tayong lahat magsusuli. Ang sabi ni Billy Graham, when wealth is lost, nothing is lost. When health is lost, something is lost. When character is lost, all is lost. Sa ngalan po ng National Youth Commission, sa pangunguna ng aming OIC Chairperson Ronald Cardema at ng buong komisyon,
Taos-puso po kami nagpapasalamat sa lahat ng mga kabataang hindi bumitaw hanggang sa huli dito sa Regional Youth Forum na ito. Ganon din sa ating mga local youth development officers, local youth development members, students and writers, at sa iba pang mga organizations na kasama natin ngayon. Nangangahulugan lamang na pinagpapahalagan ninyo ang kapayapaan, pagmamahal sa bayan at sa pamilya. Isa itong positibong senyales na may pag-asa ang ating bayan. At higit sa lahat, nagpapasalamat po kami sa International Association of Youth and Students for Peace, IAYSP, Youth for Peace, Hands Off Our Children, at sa buong organizer at sa lahat po ng mga resource speakers mula pa kahapon na talaga namang nagbigay ng mga kaliwanagan sa lahat ng ating mga kabataan para makabuo ng konkretong desisyon na hindi malinlang sa ideolohiyang makakaliwa. Naway baunin po ninyo at isabuhay ang lahat ng mga natutunan natin dito. Mabuhay po kayong lahat and God bless.
Wow, I am very much speechless with that very meaningful closing remarks. Thank you very much, Mr. Armando Angeles Jr. Sir, napaka-ano po talaga po. I can feel the genuine heart and the sincerity po. Thank you very much for that great encouragement and also reminders no sa ating mga kabataan. I believe lahat ng nakikinig dito ay na-inspire and also na-remind, no, lalong-lalo na yung duties and responsibilities hindi lang bilang isang anak ng ating mga magulang kundi bilang isang anak din na ng ating bansa. Kaya sir, maraming salamat po. Salute po sa inyo at sa buong team ng National Youth Commission. Thank you very much for really working with us in this endeavor. And sa muli, bigyan po natin si Sir Armando Angeles ng isang masigabong palakpakan. Maraming salamat po sa inyong mensahe. And yes, tayo ay dadako na talaga sa pinaka-end part ng ating program. I would like to encourage everyone to please open their camera and let's have our group photo po. So basically, this will be the last group photo that we will be taking. So it is indeed very memorable and also very historical. And despite the fact that we are in distance and we work online, no, pero I think we all have really our different stories to tell with regards to the Regional Youth Forum. And basically, we will truly miss this, no? Every weekends na ginagawa natin, we're spending more than 4 hours every afternoon weekends for this cause. And I think everything is really worth it. And when it comes naman talaga sa kapayapaan, it's really worth the take. So maraming salamat po ulit sa efforts no ng lahat ng organizing team and sa partners and supporters po ng Regional Youth Forum. So I think we're good na po, no, technical team. So I think we're ready for our group photo. So yes, for our first pose, smile lang po tayo, no? So in 1, 2, and 3, smile. Ayun. Okay, for our second pose, let's have our peace sign. Ayan. Okay, so alam ko na lahat tayo ay andito para sa kapayapaan. So in 1, 2, and 3, peace! Ayan, and for our last pose, congratulations sa lahat ng completers ng Regional Youth Forum and sa lahat ng andito. Thank you for being with us. So let's have our victory sign. Ayan, so in 1, 2, and 3, victory! And yes, this ends the Regional Youth Forum of the National Capital Region. Once again, we sincerely thank you all for staying with us until the end. And we look forward that we could really implement the Provincial Youth Forum, no, sa ating grassroots later on all over the Philippines so that we could still see you once again. And hopefully, we'll be doing it face-to-face. So sa muli, maraming salamat po for being with us and for supporting the Regional Youth Forum. We hope to see you next time. Once again, this has been Ms. Nikki Jerusalem, your moderator for this entire program. Maraming salamat po and see you all soon.
Thank you.
And yes, we invite all our leaders po for our short evaluation meeting after this. All from the ILG, from National Security Council, Hands Up for Children Movement, NTF-ELCA, UPF, and of course the National Youth Commission and other partners po to please stay for our short evaluation meeting. And for the rest of our Zoom participants, you may now leave the Zoom and hopefully you can have a very good dinner. Thank you very much, and once again, see you again next time. So thank you. Bye-bye.
Shout out to Sir Rimel Alec Valdez. Shout out kay Miss Paps Lopez from Marikina. Shout out to the Fillmore student, Pamantasan Lungsod ng Marikina. Shout out to the SK officials and councils of Mandaluyong City Government. Shout out po sa Manila Youth Bureau.
Shout out sa magaling na project director.
Shout out to Miss